we have received with this great team that has been doing a good job. And so we appreciate you, CyberPro, for partnering with Daystar, because that's the way to go. The industry and academia cannot be separated. If you have to develop or come up with students or prepare students who are able to face the challenges that are there in the market. So as I had said earlier, we are a little bit late, so I want to invite the Anthem team, just the Anthem team by Ian Kiama, to lead us in that session. And immediately after that, I will ask the chaplain to take over, and then from there, we'll continue. Thank you so much. As we stand, of course, we need to stand as we sing the national anthem, the ESC, and the Daystar anthem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can have your seat. Let's
welcome our Reverend Weche to share with us the devotion. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is the Reverend Miano Weche. By the grace of God, I serve here as the University Chaplain. Let me offer prayer for us and for this conference as we begin, and then I'll share a few thoughts. Let's pray. Blessed are you, sovereign God, creator of all. To you be glory and praise forever. You founded the earth in the beginning, and the heavens are the work of your hands. In the fullness of time you made us in your image, and in these last days you have spoken to us in your Son Jesus Christ, the Word made flesh. As we rejoice in the gift of your presence among us at this conference, let the light of your love always shine in our hearts, and your Spirit renew our lives. Amen. I do feel in many ways like a fish out of water when it comes to matters. I am completely incompetent and lost. I have no idea what to say. In fact, I was asking Fred Okore just earlier on, what is this? What is resilience in the context of what you're doing here? And he gave me this very long explanation which I did not understand. But I kept nodding my head just to let him know I was trying to listen, trying to understand what he's saying, but really wasn't getting it. But it doesn't mean I have nothing to say. I do have something to say. The nature of my job is that I should always have something to say. And so this morning, I want to begin by going back to the beginning. In my prayer, I prayed about God making us in his own image. And this is an idea that is special to us here at Daystar University because we are a Christian university. And so we do try to get that perspective of things. But what is the nature of human beings really? What do we mean when we say that human beings are made in the image of God? There are a number of things which people have said over the years, but I want to zero in on a few that I think are relevant to us here. The first of which is pointed out by Michael Horton. He says that included in this image was a sensus divinitatis, a sense of the divine or transcendence. So for this reason, man is then described as homo religionis, intrinsically religious, that even after the fall, there is a constant urge to set up idols, which is an evidence of this intrinsic religious dimension, that man cannot live without gods. Man cannot live without a sense of the transcendent. And so every human activity then is designed to be inherently religious, from the planting of crops, agriculture, to the naming of animals, zoology, and I dare say, to these sciences. The search for intelligence is really, ultimately, a search for God, who himself is a great intelligence, if you'd put it that way. And so the idea of God is very relevant to us in our search for the things that we are working on here. But at the same time, beyond being homo religionis, James Smith then also argues that human beings are also homo liturgicus. They're animals that are religious animals, not because they primarily believe, but because they primarily practice things. They are doers. They do things habitually. They are creatures of habit. And in that forming of habits, which makes them homo liturgicus, their loves and their desires are aimed at something constantly. There's something they're constantly searching for. And they search for it in the known world. They search for it in what they can see and in what they can control. But they're constantly aiming their hearts and desires towards something. So you likely pray before you believe because you're searching for something. You don't believe before you pray because there's something driving you from the inside. Now, when you bring this into a Christian setting, the temptation then is to have a dichotomous view of the world, where you've got Christian versions of everything, right? So some people even have gone ahead and put up Christian restaurants, for example. And I wonder what's on the menu. But if you go to the menu, of course, you'll find the usual food. You'll not find memory verses, stewed memory verses or memory Ecclesiastes stew or something like that. And I say that we do not need that kind of dichotomy. What we need to take care of is not so much to label things. This is a Christian, let's say this is Christian ICT, and this is worldly ICT. It doesn't have to be that way. Given the nature of man, what we need to take care of is that inner realm of things, at the level of desire, which is where we are driven. And so the danger in labeling things wrongly, which is what we tend to do in the world, is that we tend to trivialize the problems of the world because we oversimplify them. And oversimplification is not helpful because the world cannot be so clearly and easily divided between Christian versions of everything. I mean, there are no Christian phones and secular phones. They're just phones. But how we use them is what matters. There are no Christian computers and there are no secular computers. You've just got computers. And you've got to have the right competence to make use of them and make progress. So we shouldn't trivialize things that way. But rather, we need to come back. We need to return to this sense of homo liturgicus, this search, this drive that is coming, that forms our habits, the desires, which is where the energy comes from. And so, the Bible in Ecclesiastes 9:10 then says, whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. For there is no work or device or knowledge or wisdom in the grave where you're going. There are two things there that are important for us to note. First, the need to do things with our might. In other words, the need to be strongly driven in what we do from the inside, because it has been put in us. The idea of work has been put in us already by God himself. The commission to go and solve problems in the world has been put to us by God himself at the beginning. You know, go and subdue the earth, he says. Go and replenish it, he says. What he means, the earth is a challenge. Go solve the problems that you encounter along the way. But say, do it with your might. Do it from the inside, driven from the inside. And then the other is that we only have one shot, and it's in this world. In the next world, where ultimately, where all our lives are leading to, there's no work to be done there. So we have to do it here. But, so what does that mean? We're already solving problems. There are two approaches to this again. That the commission is to solve problems, but the pursuit has to come back from the inside. So it's not so much a question of what the world needs. What the world needs is obvious. Okay? Everyone knows what the world needs. That is obvious. What is missing is that inner drive to meet the world. And so, Howard Thurman then says that, ask what makes you come alive and go do it. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. People who are full of life on the inside. You know, that thing that James Smith calls the loves and desires. We are practicing creatures, but it's from the inside. And so as you look at these issues, where's the drive coming from? Because if you just see them as problems to be solved, so what after you solve the problem? You'll be left with nothing to do, right? But you've got such a long life ahead of you, and you're better off turning your attention back to the inside because it's been put in you, and directing your love and your desires in the right direction. And in terms of that, there are two things that we are asked then to do: to love God wholeheartedly and to love people wholeheartedly, to love your neighbor wholeheartedly, to enter into the world with this sense, to meet the problems of the world with these two senses: a love for God, to train our desires towards God, to search for him until we find him. Because it's been wired in us, we cannot escape from it. It's been wired in us to search for God and then to work for the good of people. These are often tools that are exploited very wrongly. He mentioned what's happening in banks. I have lost money, by the way. I've lost a lot of money that way. People hacking and getting money out of my account. It has happened. We can work for the good of people. I don't know what else is there to work for, if not for the glory of God and for the good of people. And here's the beauty of it all. You don't even have to be religious to do that, because we often confuse that, oh, now you're making the work religious. No, it's really who you are. You've got this sense in you. You may not want to call it religion, but you know that there's a part of you that longs for the transcendent, that longs for God. And there's a part of you that comes alive. So go back to that part and meet the world with that life from the inside which God has put you. And the promise is that those who seek God find him. And those who love their neighbors, they love God, because their neighbors bear the image of God. So may God help you as you work through this. And I pray that all of you move away from a primary problem-solving orientation to the orientation of a love and a desire aimed at something ultimate. Amen? God bless you and help you as you carry on.
Let's appreciate him again. Yeah, so to give a little perspective, this conference, I said, is a three-course menu. So we are talking about cyberspace, which is just the internet space, and how it should be utilized, of course, ethically. We are talking about artificial intelligence, so we are talking about the cybersecurity, how to secure systems, building systems with the resilience, to building systems that are immune to attacks, or building systems with the resilience. That means they are able either to withstand attacks, or they are able to, even if attacks, there is a succession, the hackers, they succeed in the attacks, there is an easy recovery. There are backup mechanisms that are able to help organizations recover. So that's the aspect of resilience. Yes, there could be attacks, but the way of recovery becomes faster if the systems are resilient. We're talking about the cyber laws, the framework, the legal frameworks that are able to govern these particular systems. And so that is the whole picture, that preparing the student and gleaning from the industry, making sure that we are preparing a wholesome student who understands the world we are living in terms of threats. And so using artificial intelligence and coming up with the legal frameworks that are able to protect our assets that are connected to the internet. And so without wasting time, this campus is governed by none other than our Professor Michael Bowen. But before that, this conference was organized under the School of Science, Engineering, and Health. And it is good to appreciate my boss, Professor Martha Kiere. I would want her to stand. She's our pilot in that school. Let's appreciate her. And then we have one wonderful lady. She's busy, but I would want to appreciate her, Zipporah. She's the head of department, Computer Science. And then we have another Dr. Jane Kimathi. She must be somewhere. She's also part of the team in our school. So these are the people who are behind this. And of course, we have CyberPro, who we are going to introduce shortly. So we have two campuses. We have the Athi River campus, which is the main campus, and we have Nairobi campus. This is for the visitors. So, the one who mans the Nairobi campus is none other than Professor Michael Bowen, the principal of this campus. So I want you to appreciate him as he comes to give his remarks. Thank you. Please, you can do better than that. Let's encourage him as he comes. Thank you.
Good morning. We are a bit quiet. I think we can do better. Do you know Aluya greeting? If you come from Kenya, the greeting is very strong. So can you turn to your neighbor on the left, on the right? Give them Aluya greeting. Yes, the VC knows it. Yes, thank you. And some of us are not doing it, you know. I know for the ladies that might be a bit tough, but welcome. That was one way of welcoming you to Daystar University and to Nairobi campus. The Vice Chancellor at Daystar University, and then our guests, beginning with NC4 Director, Colonel Dr. James Kimuyu, the Secretary of Security representing the PS, ICT and Digital Economy, Mr. Emmanuel Carter. I guess they're already here. And then our keynote speakers, let me also mention our keynote speakers and our sponsors, and all protocol observed. Good morning. I want to warmly welcome you to Daystar University and specifically Nairobi campus. We are glad that you have come. Are there any of us that are here for the first time in this campus, Daystar for the first time? Please just raise up your hand. We'd like to appreciate you. If this is your first time to be at Daystar University, thank you. I see a number of hands. Can we clap for them? Maybe this is, this is a conference, so you're not supposed to ask people to raise their hands, but it's okay. It's part of the welcome process. So welcome, feel warmly welcome to Daystar University, and specifically Nairobi campus. I want to congratulate the school for pulling this, and we want to thank you. This is what a university should be doing, and we want to appreciate our Dean, Professor Martha Kiaria, even for the leadership. So Daystar University, our innovation in terms of education is to provide value-based education. Our hypothesis is that there is a problem in society, a problem, actually you can call it a crisis of values in society. And that is where we come in as a university. You've already tested some of that through the Chaplain, and we want to appreciate Chaplain for that academic theological discourse. And so that is what we expose our students to in class. Before we start a class, if it's a research class, we ask ourselves, what does the Bible say about research? What has God said about research? Sorry. So that's what we do, and this is what we believe in terms of our offering. I know probably you come from a university, you have your own way of solving societal problems. That's what we do at Daystar University. And we want to appreciate this, like Mr. Fred Ogora did mention, three-pronged. This conference, the three themes of this conference. Just to mention that we want to appreciate that this is really the frontiers in research. We'd like to do research at the frontiers of knowledge, and we think that is one of those areas where we actually have the frontiers. These are the current things, the current happenings. And let me narrow down on artificial intelligence, and specifically in Africa. How many industrial revolutions have we had? Is it 4 or 5? Is this the 5th one, AI? Is it the 4th? We hope the experts will tell us. Professor Kiaria, I have seen some people say 5, that is the 5th. Some say this is the 4th. But specifically on artificial intelligence, if this is the 5th, in the 4 industrial revolutions, Africa has been left behind. I pray that we are not left behind this time. And the greatest challenge actually is our oral kind of, the way we document. We have oral knowledge. So as we are using ChatGPT, as we search, for example, if you talk about medicine, herbal medicine, it is nowhere in the cyberspace. It's nowhere in the internet. So we have a lot of indigenous knowledge, for example, and that's my fear, that we'll again be left behind. And so we need to quickly digitize some of this, and so that then when it is searched, we're actually able to see, and we're able to make a contribution in terms of knowledge. I think that's all I wanted to say. So once again, warmly welcome to Daystar University, and specifically Nairobi campus. I know the VC will be coming and also will be welcoming you. So feel welcome, and we appreciate you coming to us. Thank you, and God bless. I want to hand over the program. Fred, yes? Yeah, thank you. Yes, please clap for me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bowen. He's the team leader. He's the principal of this campus. Because of time, we have our dean, Professor Martha Kiaria. I would want to welcome her to come and help us welcome our vice chancellor to give us the next, to take us through the next session. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her as she comes.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, they say that scientists don't smile too much. So let's practice. Daystar follows the liberal arts approach. So let's smile because we've done a lot of arts. My name is Martha Carey, the Dean School of Science, Engineering and Health, the school under which this particular conference is taking place. I want to thank you all for coming and just make a statement that our home campus is at the River campus. That's why you will see some of our students really are not excited when they hear they are coming to Nairobi, because they traveled from Congo and went to Athi River. That's the only home they know. Others traveled from far away. So I'm so happy to see many of my students here. So if you are from the School of Science, please raise up your hand and wave at me. Yes, there are so many. I'm so happy that you're here. Also to let you know that we have a parallel boot camp organized by Huawei, which is part of what is happening here. We had the hackathons that were taking place and complete on Friday when we declare the winners. So we have a lot of IT going around Daystar. And Daystar will not be what it is without our leader, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Raban Peter Airo. I want to welcome him to the podium. He is a man that has challenged me personally in very many frontiers. And he is here as a speaker to this conference. So he is our first key speaker. So we want to give him an opportunity to speak to us so that the world knows we did not call a conference out of ignorance, but out of power. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you very much, our Dean, School of Science, Engineering and Health. Allow me to take this singular opportunity to welcome the guests who are visiting Daystar. I note with great delight the caliber of people who have turned up for this conference, and is a measure of our significance in this country as a university, but also a contributor in the area of global cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and cyberlaw. So I appreciate and recognize, first of all, the Cyber Pro Global Chair, Noah Emuna. I'm sure we'll meet them later. I recognize the director, NC4 director, Colonel Dr. James Kimuyu. I also recognize the representative of the Secretary of Security, the PS ICT and Digital Economy, and many other guests whom we'll be introducing as we go along. I also want to thank my colleagues. I see faculty, I see deans present here, and I want to say welcome to this very important conference. I do appreciate the sponsorship that we have received from Cyber Pro, but also just the government of the Republic of Kenya being here is a seal of endorsement about what we are doing as a people. And other recognized and distinguished guests. I've been asked to share my thoughts. This is a science or a scientific conference, so I'm not going to go into the niceties of official opening, but we do, as Daystar, extend our hospitality to not just Kenya, because I'm aware this conference is being beamed across the world, that we are a Christian university, and we have a central Christ-centeredness that we pursue all the time in order to have a complete human being. We do not exclude other religions. I have more than 300 Muslim students, and learning at Daystar, and as Christians, we exercise Christian grace, and we would like human beings to know that we are but one. We are but one. How we'll go where we are going is different, but we are but one. So I am supposed to talk about disruptive technologies and the intersection of artificial intelligence and research ethics. And maybe I want to mention that not so long ago, in this very hall, we had one of the leading experts in artificial intelligence, the renowned Professor Katz from the University of Boston in the US. And he gave us a lecture on the intersection between artificial intelligence, education, challenges, and the way forward. I was privileged then to get an invitation from Boston, University of Boston, and Harvard to go and interact with faculty there in matters artificial intelligence and all these things that you're going to talk about. So what I'm going to do today is just share my experiences as I interacted with these top minds in the area of artificial intelligence. I am not going to give an in-depth lecture because I've seen in the breakaway groups a lot of what I'm going to talk about is going to come through. People call it disruption. I don't know why we call it disruption, because something disruptive is destructive. That's what goes through my mind. But not everything is destructive around artificial intelligence. So if we move to the next slide, I will very briefly talk about the definition, the history, the application, the ethical considerations, the challenges, and the future of AI. Giving a global picture so that we develop context for you people to do your discussions. Definition of artificial intelligence, move on. By the way, that picture, go back, those are not American kids. Those are Daystar students. So you see how we look like. We are quite on the frontier. So I took these photos. I asked for these photos to help me develop this presentation. Some of you know those students. They are actually ours. Very proud of them. Next. Definition of artificial intelligence. I think broadly is the simulation of human intelligence. It is something, it's an embodiment that tries to behave like a human brain, if you want, from a very basic definition. So the artificial intelligence itself involves the development of computer systems to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. That's what it is. And just think about it. Me, I don't think it is disruptive because there are many things, it's not about over a decade. There are many things that computers, iPhones, vehicles are doing. Today, my car does things I would never imagine it would have done. You know, when I'm reversing, it gives me the view of everything around me. So instead of me using my eyes to see where I'm going, I see everything on the side, behind, and when I try to go off the road, it starts beeping. You know, but my brain would have told me, where's the yellow line? So it is just a simulation of the mind. Next slide. I think it's important for us to, on the onset, to worry about the ethical considerations as it becomes more advanced, ethical concerns arise regarding privacy, bias in decision-making, and the impact on the workforce. I think we need to worry about this. I know when we were introducing computers in CBC in schools, teachers said they were going to be jobless. So, that is something that ethically you don't want people to be jobless, so you begin to worry about it. There'll be need, I'm glad the director is here, he'll be talking to us, but the regulations and governance of artificial intelligence, how does he ensure that Kenya is safe? Not just militarily, but just the systems are safe, the banks are safe, our databases are safe. And then the potential benefit, in spite of ethical challenges, we must be able to address societal issues, improve healthcare, enhance productivity. There are many things. So what I'm trying to say is this: don't sit there and be apprehensive of AI, even when it comes in the ethical dimensions. You should be able to see that. And next slide, the challenges and future. I'm just running through this very fast. There is technological limitations of AI, doesn't understand context, doesn't have common sense reasoning, and can't quite adapt to fluid and dynamic environments. The future trends are worrying. Advancements in machine learning, natural language processing. I have software on my computer that I have already asked, what do you think is the future of Daystar? I give it our strategic plan, and then I'm asking it, what do you think is the future of Daystar? And you'll be amazed. Maybe today or tomorrow I'll come and just show you what it is saying. Some of where it is taking us, my mind didn't even stretch there. It is seeing Daystar with a medical school, an engineering school. It is seeing Daystar producing the best kingdom builders in the world. So future trends and ethical development, we must be worried about this, but I would like you people to worry about that in your presentations, because I'm just giving a context. Next. The history of artificial intelligence, next slide. I want to emphasize that please, don't talk about AI without punishing yourself to know something about the history. When I was in high school teaching chemistry, I always insisted that the students learn the history of chemistry. Before I teach you the chemistry, we must appreciate all the men and women who died in labs, inhaling dangerous chemicals and burning themselves. It is so important. So Alan Turing's work laid the foundation of artificial intelligence. So don't talk about artificial intelligence without reference to the people who made it happen. Very important. And then the conference marked the birth of AI as a field in 1956. How many were born here? And now we are saying disruptive. Now, in 2024. And the early programs. So please engage with the history. AI winter, resurgence, and modern AI applications. Following early hype, AI faced a period of disillusionment due to overpromising and underdelivering, known as the AI winter. So people talked about, even here, people talk about AI, and now they have equated AI to ChatGPT. Then you talk about AI, they're just thinking of ChatGPT, but ChatGPT is a small, little, irrelevant, peripheral part of AI. if you know what AI is doing in the world today, automated cars, operations. I had a friend of mine here in Nairobi, went through a very delicate operation of the heart. We took him theater in the evening, and the following evening we were sitting together talking. They no longer take the axe and the panga to open. They get in and they manipulate and they place what they want to place. Those are the things we should be thinking about. And then resurgence, now it is coming back. And by the way, even ChatGPT, there's been some little resurgence, but it's fading away when you begin to realize, but this is just information on the internet. Yeah. And this is just data. If you want it to be useful, you must turn it into information. So the human mind must come into play. And that will make the difference between the A, the B, the C, and the D. People thought with ChatGPT you can just do anything and you are home and dry. It isn't. Next. Ethical and social implications. I would like this conference to deal with this thoroughly, particularly regarding privacy, bias in algorithms, and the potential impact on employment and social structures. I hope there are people here who are going to present papers around there, and we can pick them up as part of the conference outcomes. And I had mentioned regulatory frameworks. I want to repeat, regulation is very important. I don't know, Director, what people are saying now. What is this? What is it called? Tick what? It's called, I don't want to pronounce it. What is it called? Tick? I want you to pronounce it so that God will ask you, not me. One time I had one of our leaders in Parliament very furiously arguing for TikTok and saying it must. This is very useful. This is what. Yeah. And the American people have said no to TikTok. How much exposure do you want? And what are you seeing that is different, by the way? That clutter on TikTok, if Kenyans are immersed in that clutter on TikTok, and those photographs, you are immersed. So instead of reading simultaneous equations and the regression analysis, you are busy in those photos. You only become more foolish as the rest of the world goes away. You'll never catch up. Yeah, that's the reality. So let us be very, very careful about that. Let's go to applications very quickly of artificial intelligence as I just scanned through. I have mentioned, and these are the issues that are there, medical diagnosis and treatment, drug discovery and development. By the way, I'm so excited because of AI. Now, even in Nairobi, you can get supplements that constitute stem cells. So if you have a condition, ulcer, or you have a condition back, or a condition of the eye, you use those stem cells, call them supplements, for 6 months, and you begin to become better. It's already in Nairobi. It's expensive. Maybe every month you need about 15 to 20,000, but it can rejuvenate a person. So drug discovery and development, healthcare management and administration. Look at what is happening. Just go to an ordinary hospital like Avenue Hospital. Look at the automation system that is there. It's amazing. And by the time you're going to the labs, the results are out. They have gone to the doctor. The doctor has looked at it. He has already diagnosed and given you your treatment. That's what we are talking about, not just ChatGPT. AI in finance, I think there was a mention of that. The algorithmic trading, fraud detection and prevention, and personalized financial services. amazing. When Daystar pays my salary, I just hear a ring, and I go to my account. I start smiling, and people around me don't know why I'm smiling. And then I now take all my bills, and I begin entering and sending. In about 15 minutes, I've paid power, I've paid DSTV, I've paid what? I've sent money by M-Pesa to my aunt. I wish my grandmother was alive and my father, but I take to my aunt. And then she calls back in Kiluya and tells me, but you forgot to put ile ya kutoa. Very clever people, you know, they even know who kuweka ile ya kutoa. But what a delight to help somebody buy sugar out there as I continue being the Vice Chancellor of Daystar. I don't have to go to the post office, and that's what we are talking about. Customer service, move on, chatbots and virtual assistants, sentiment analysis and feedback processing. This is where I would like Daystar to get in. We must be ahead of our competitors. You know our competitors, University of Nairobi, Strathmore. We are going to be ahead of them because we are going to get software packages to enhance our customer service to a level that it will not be matched. On Thursday last week, we had Senate. Is it Thursday? Remind me. Friday? No, Thursday. Thursday, we had Senate. And we signed off the results. That was at about before lunch. By 4 or 5, I had so many parents and students smiling and saying thank you. All the results were out to them. You know, in this university, we don't have things called missing marks because we have embraced technology. So we don't have, sijui marks zimeenda wapi, sijui zingine zilienda wapi. And we have committed ourselves in terms of service delivery that after the semester ends, 2 weeks, results are out. So if you're in master's or PhD in Daystar, you already have your results for all the semesters. The only ones you're waiting for are the courses you're doing now. That's where we are supposed to go. So sentiment analysis and feedback processes, it's very important for us to analyze customer feedback to gauge sentiment and improve service quality based on insights. And I keep telling people, students are our largest clients. Imagine if you practice democracy in Daystar, I shouldn't be the Vice Chancellor. Our staff ni wangapi? 200. Students now, they are almost 7,000. So if they voted, they would vote for their own. So when we serve them, we must be humble. They can overthrow overnight? And they will take over, and we'll have no jobs. So we need to be very careful about that. I think in the interest of time, I would like you to go to slide number 32, because I want to wind up. No, slide number 16, sorry. Slide number 16. 16, the one that says ensuring fairness and equity. Go to the next slide, yeah, that one. This is where I get worried. For us from Africa, they say we are in the south and the other people are in the north. So because they are in the north, we will never catch up if there's no fairness and equity in artificial intelligence applications. And I think when we engage the North, we really don't want donations in terms of these things you hear. I don't know what they call the money from IMF, from what. We don't really. The support we need is to narrow this gap, fairness and equity. We can do it ourselves if we narrow that gap of fairness and equity. Otherwise, we'll continue dancing, as I say, on the periphery. Uko inje na the actual dance is in the center. So my biggest is the mitigation bias that must be worked on. even ethical considerations in healthcare, I sometimes feel maybe a lot of us, and with due respect, as we take a lot of patients out there for treatment, maybe we are going there as guinea pigs. I don't know, I could be wrong. That's why I really support Kenyatta University Referral Hospital under Professor Mugenda, when they are actually investing in the latest technology so that we don't have to take our people for treatment that can be done here. You know, the only thing that is missing is that instrument that we must have here. But we have to fly there. Now, when we are there, I don't know what happens to patients. Anything can happen. So we hope that we can get something in terms of fairness. And then the other one, next slide, accountability and responsibility. We need to do that. Human oversight, legal and ethical frameworks, corporate ethics, and AI development will need to bring them into perspective. I think if you can run to slide number 24, social impact. Social impact. Social impact. We have to worry about this, the exacerbating inequality that artificial intelligence will cause, decision-making, human artificial intelligence interaction challenges, and artificial intelligence impact on mental health. Somebody mentioned it here. We need to worry a lot about that, the social impact that this will bring to us. Finally, because of time, I want you to run to this slide 32. 32, and that was the second last slide. Yeah. This is what I was supposed to talk about. Disruptive technologies and education. And this is how my mind works. This is the mind map. This is called a mind map. And we are going to have research ethics come into question. We are going to have issues around data privacy. We are going to have issues around transparency. We are going to have issues around bias and fairness, and we must deal with them. Policy and regulation, not just for the government of Kenya or those other agencies, but even for Daystar. We must begin to have policy regulation. Last semester, I know that one student was sent for disciplinary because it was discovered that they used ChatGPT and the answers, and so they had to go away for a semester or something. Isn't there a better way? Isn't there a better way? This guy is like, you know, I come from Western, we have these quails, you know quails? It's called Zisindo, where I come from. When you want this Zisindo to come, you put one up there to sing. As it sings, the others come running. So when you see one student has done this, you should ask, what is in this for me to learn? Yes, that's how I look at it. There'll be ethical AI issues, use, literacy for researchers. We need to get literate, particularly faculty in universities. Our students are ahead of us in this game, so we need to be ahead of them. An intersection of AI and ethics. I think for me, there are so many benefits. Personalized learning, a lot of artificial intelligence in education just expands your scope. When I was doing my PhD, internet had just come. But the ones who are professors who were there before me said, your PhD will be useless. All you have to do is go to the computer and you have all the material. So you will do your PhD, to be very easy. They will tell you, me, I used to write to the Library of Congress, then they send me something by mail. I had to write to Makerere to get a book. Things were very tough. But getting a PhD has never become easier because there is internet. No, in fact, it has become tougher. The same thing with ChatGPT. So automated grading that I've mentioned, tutoring systems, we need to get into that and be on top of the game. Last slide. It's not there? Yeah, it wasn't thank you. Who said thank you? Was it you, Grace? I had said there Kongoi. I didn't write thank you. I had said Kongoi because I also wanted to use artificial intelligence. And they Googled the word Kongoi and they told me what it was. It means thank you. Thank you very much and God bless you. Welcome to Daystar. Thank you.
Let's again appreciate our Vice Chancellor. That's good work, and he's given us a good exposure to what is expected in terms of disruptive technologies. And the guests who have come in, I'm not worthy to introduce. I know some of them will be introduced as we go on. I was reading an article by BBC, that's 8 days ago, in terms of the hype that is around ChatGPT. So that's something we should also look at. What are some of the hype, the myths and facts? And they say, this is very interesting, that very few people are regularly using much hyped artificial intelligence products like ChatGPT. Researchers surveyed 12,000 people in 6 countries, including UK, with only 2% of British respondents saying they use the tools. So only 2% in UK. But the study from Reuters Institute of Oxford says that young people are backing the trend, with 18 to 24-year-olds, the most eager adopters of technology. So the young people are the early adopters. So we should prepare them ethically, to use it ethically, so that we do not go into issues in terms of misuse and abuse. So we appreciate our Vice Chancellor for giving us that. And one of my recommendation is, I was saying, my boys who are 7 years old and 9 years old can use, they can use a computer. Why are we still teaching introduction to computers? I think every school should adopt introduction to AI, in biomedical, introduction to AI, in communication. Because primary school is taking care of introduction to computers. And that maybe will spark some innovations and some deep thinking in this area. So without much ado, I want to invite the CEO of CyberPro, John Mutunga, the CyberPro Global CEO, the CyberPro, John Mutunga, to come and give us his remarks and just give us some few highlights regarding this conference.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon for the people seated out in some countries outside Africa. Good evening for people in Taipei and other places in the world. I want to appreciate every person who is represented here, especially the government. We are very happy that you visited us, and the management of Daystar. I'm not a good public speaker. I usually like lying low, but I'll gain strength. My name is John Mutunga. I'm the CEO of CyberPro Global, the African chapter. And I would want to see whether I can just, not by show of hands, anybody from CyberPro, can you stand up, please? CyberPro. Yeah, we have our chairman, Noah Emuna. Haida Chaudhry. Noah Emuna is Israeli national. I think he's the only one representing us today, although we know that this coverage is live in Israel. There are people who are watching because that's our partner country. and Mr. Haida Chaudhry. He's been with us from the time we began. These are the people who have stood with us in building up the policy, the strategy, and the way we are going to deploy cybersecurity. Thank you. I would just call you doctor. I know you're almost there. Peter Wafula Wadla is our director in planning and academics. Our vice president, Mr. Dunstan Akwiri, please have a seat. And our big boss, Mwendo Ben. Thank you for attending. We want to appreciate everybody who has made this event faithfully delivered to Daystar University. CyberPro is not a big company, it's a small company with big vision. The vision for CyberPro is to deliver cybersecurity across the Republic of Kenya and across Africa. Our vision is to deliver cyber as a solution to national security. And I want to point out something about the academic wing of cybersecurity, of CyberPro. The government is strong on policy making. The government will never be involved with education. They're involved with maintaining the policy because the policy is the one which educates. The industry practices the policy which is set up by the government. Who is holding the standards? The academia. I just need to be irrelevant with a lecturer, and he gives me a 0 and sends me home even if I'm the best student. I forgot to appreciate the hackers in the house. I don't want to tell you to lift up your hands because people don't like the hackers, but those are the people we are going to use to build our next strategy on national security. And the Office of National Security is here, so this is where we build the people who are going to run the national security. We are not going to be hacked because Daystar will stand in the gap between the unethical hacker and the ethical hacker. Daystar will be in the gap. The hackers at Daystar will be the gap between the two. They will withhold the standards of ethical hacking. They will withhold the standards of the national agenda and the national strategy or policy. So inside here, we have all types of solutions which we can build. We can build a secure nation in Kenya. And I'm trusting God that people who are seated here will be the same people who will spread this vision across Africa. We have a point of presence in Ghana. We are moving to Nigeria. We are moving to Uganda. Uganda is actually waiting for a conference like this so they can start their cybersecurity strategy and cybersecurity policy. Tanzania is ready. We are copying most of our strategies. We are copying from the countries which have already set up the national cybersecurity strategy and the policy. So we are copying a lot of content from abroad, but we are localizing our content. We sat down with the ICRC, the Institute of Research and Innovation in the government of Israel, and we talked with them and asked them, how can we develop a national cybersecurity strategy for academics so that we'll be sure if Kenya is hacked, it's not hacked by a student. They told us it takes only one person who is willing to deliver solutions for the nation. Only one person, doesn't take many. We joined a group of our guys here. You see, these are not guys living big, and we said we can do it across the nation. We wrote letters across Africa. We wrote to Egypt, we wrote to Ghana, we wrote to Gambia, we wrote to Nigeria. And last year we had a conference like this. I don't want to say where, because they are your competitors. And we received around 4,300 people attended live and hybrid to talk, to discuss on issue of academia, government, and industry. Our biggest intention is to build the standards at the university. So how do we build the standards? We started building academies in every university in Kenya. We fund the academy, we put state-of-the-art screens like this one. We put state-of-the-art multimedia equipments, and we call the students to learn cybersecurity. My prayer is each one represented here, you'll take this home and do it to your, either to your secondary school, to your primary school, to your neighbors, build an academy for your home. I love the mothers, when they get home, the first thing you do, you give your phone to your kid. You can watch movies. That's cybersecurity. Our intention is to make sure cybersecurity is interdisciplinary. It's an interdisciplinary training. It's everybody, it's not even like computer science. And that's where we missed it long time. Cybersecurity is not computer science. It has nothing to do with geography or hacking or cybersecurity is just ethics. Start by dealing with ethics. Where do you want to go? How do you want to get there? What do you want to watch? What do you want to see? How do you want to build your secure life personally? It is practiced and it works. We are in great collaboration with the University of Tel Aviv, and we are expecting some of the speakers to speak here. We are working with the Israel Embassy in Kenya. We are working with other universities like the University of Maryland, a university in Cape Town, and we are trying to build up a big pool of workforce, bridging the cybersecurity skills gap in Kenya. We pray that Daystar will be part of the big dream and leading the biggest pool, especially on workforce. From campus to work, not from campus to another study. From campus straight away to work. So we are calling on industry practice to come and pick students from the university who are strong on cybersecurity and give them jobs and give them places to apprentice so that you don't have to look for workers who are great in cybersecurity, and pay them well, especially pay them well. I don't think I have another thing to say. I just appreciate that, and I thank everyone who is here, and I believe that we are going to increase in numbers and major in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you so much for such an enlightening moment. There is a quote here that I would want to read for us. So why cybersecurity? It takes 20 years to build a reputation, but a few minutes of a cyber incident to ruin it. So we can take so much time to build to build secure systems or build reputations, but few minutes of a cyber attack can actually ruin an organization, because organizations run on reputation, and reputation drives business. So that's why we are here to mobilize, to ensure that all of us are aware of these concerns that are growing as the internet and many of these innovations are coming up. So without spending more time, we need to do the official opening. We are trying to adjust the program. So I want to invite our Vice Chancellor to come and invite the next speaker. Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Matters protocol, first of all, I would like to recognize the chairman, Cyber Pro, Mr. Noah Emuna. Please stand so that we can cheer you up. Let's clap for him. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize the engine doing a lot of work, Mr. Haida Chaudhry. Chaudhry, please. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. It's now my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite NC4 Director, Colonel Dr. James Kimuyu, to do the official opening of this session. And then after that, we will break for tea, then come back. So can we, it does no harm in going back to history. Makofi ya nyayo, moja, mbili, tatu, karibu. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Asante sana. Karibu. Feel at home.
Good morning, every one of us. Good morning again. I want to appreciate the Vice Chancellor, Daystar University, one of the greatest universities in this region, not in the country. Can you clap for yourself, please? I also want to appreciate the presence of the many guests, experts, professors, doctors, and even the lecturers, senior lecturers, all the way to the students. Of course, the unsung heroes, the staff of this university, and the great work that they are doing. I'll move, before we open, I have some slides. I will have wished just to give a few thoughts about this area by virtue of my position as the director in charge of matters cybersecurity. We are dealing with building resilience in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and law. And we were given specifically a topic to handle. Okay, I'm trying to test the technology here, and it's working very well. We are given the role of our organization, that is NC4. By the end of my lecture, you will have understood what NC4 is in combating cybercrime, issues of policies and laws. I want to give a disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer, but I'll not base my presentation so much on the law, but it will just be to provide a general overview to ensure that as we begin this conference, we are in the same page when it comes to the national understanding of matters of cybersecurity. I have this slide here, and this is a field that is heavily mined. When I talk about mines, we all understand from combat engineering. We have what we call combat engineers. And I believe I'm not talking Greek. Their main work is either to enhance mobility for the friendly forces or inhibit the mobility of the enemy. So one of the ways of inhibiting the mobility of the enemy is to mine the field, what we call the battlefield. And so this word here was borrowed from that. So we are saying the cyber threat actors target organizations of all kinds, and the motivation is diverse. It can be financial, it can be political, it can be ideological, it can be to get military advantage, it can be to spread propaganda, or sometimes economic, which is closely linked to finance, and also espionage. But to be able to deal with this field, we are saying cybersecurity best practices, or what we may otherwise refer to cybersecurity hygiene. I got surprised when I heard the first time people talking about cyber hygiene. We are used to personal hygiene, so we were told, okay, we need to practice cyber hygiene. So I was very curious as I grew up this profession to understand the aspects of cyber hygiene. So these practices help to mitigate, and if we cannot be able to mitigate, then to minimize or reduce the attack surface and minimize the risks associated with these attacks. The last point there on that slide, I'll be jumping some of them, but these slides will be available to the conference participants should they wish to dig deep, is in government, where I represent or where we work with my friend here, the secretary in charge of matters of ICT security, Mr. Carter, is we have adopted what we are calling a multi-agency approach to matters of cyber security. I brought this, I liked the reverend that stood here, trying to bring the issue spiritual, to cyber. So I'll just say this is what we may call the Trinity. Okay, I'm having a challenge to move this and this. I was almost thinking it's automatic. The Trinity of cyber issues. They usually say that people are the weakest link, but my experience now in government, I'll confidently here say, but it's up to debate, because this is a conference and everybody is entitled to their opinion. As far as Kenya is concerned, our weakest link is not the people. Other countries, yes, they may be. Our biggest challenge now we are having is technology, and this is where we are weak in, because we have the professors at the universities. We have many universities, I think 60-something public and more than 15 private universities that are producing experts with the best training as far as this country is concerned. So issues of training, yes, we've done well. Awareness, we are coming up. Skills and certifications, doing very well. Cyber hygiene, a little bit of problem, but coming up. But look at the box there representing technology. That is where our weakest link as a country lies. And it's my prayer that we are going to bring up technology and the processes together so that now we go like the other nations and begin to say, okay, the people are the weakest link. And I subject this to intellectual discourse and to research. I know we have master's students here, bachelor students, PhD students. You can take it up, not to prove me wrong, but just to give a divergent opinion, because I'm also a doctor. I have a PhD in this area. So I'm not here to disapprove. I'm just here to give a divergent opinion for a discussion. That said and done, I talked about NC4. Somebody may be wondering, what is this animal called the NC4? Now, I want you to look at that list very well. This is what NC4 is. And I said the country has adopted what we are calling a multi-agency approach to matters of national security. So at the very top here, we have the ministry in charge of internal security, followed by the ministry in charge of matters IC, where the secretary comes from. We have defense, police, intelligence, Attorney General in the State Law Office, Central Bank of Kenya, matters of banking and finance, the CA here as a regulator of communications and broadcasting, the prosecutor, the Office of the Data Protection, and the ICT Authority. We abbreviate it as ICTA. Why have we brought all these people in one table? Because we believe that each one of them have an individual mandate that can collectively contribute to the one big objective of delivering what we are calling a secure cyberspace for the people of Kenya. And with this, I believe that we have all the capability so that if we are under external attack, KDF can come in. If we have internal issues in cyber crimes, the police are there. If we need to collect intelligence here and there, we have the intelligence agencies. If we need to activate this and this, then all these people, and the top two, they chair that committee, they co-chair the committee to ensure that all this is the cyberspace. Maybe the question here is, where are the academia? That is one of the issues, or something I want to bring as a recommendation out of this conference, so that this committee can be expanded to bring in the academia and also the private sector. So we can be able to capture that without quoting me. Somebody can, can be able to bring it up as a recommendation. Allow me now to continue. I'll not belabor on this slide because I know most of you are experts, but for the purpose of those of us who are experts in other areas, because we are all experts. Are we together there? So we cannot say here, Professor, the Vice Chancellor is not an expert in cybersecurity. He's a whole professor in his area. So in one way or another, he's also an expert in his area. And when I go to his area, I'll look green, despite being an expert in my area. This is just basically the various threat actors and the methodologies that they use, or the procedures that they use, and what are their motivations. On top of there, we have the cyber criminals, and Kenya is very good at this. And I was in a conference somewhere. Apart from Nigeria, in Africa, I think Kenya now we are coming up in this area with all these issues. And what is propagating this is mobile fraud. We are very good at that, sending fake messages. Come to the post office, you have your parcel that has just, that arrived, you are about to ship it back. By the time you call the person who has sent you that message, they tell you, we've already shipped it back, but we can intercept it. Do you have 10,000? Can you send 10,000? Those of us who are renting, before you know what is happening, a message has come, it tells you, no, don't deposit your rent in this account. Deposit rent in this account. Before you realize money is gone, the landlord is locking the house, and you did not pay rent in the right, you paid your rent in committee instead of paying your rent to your landlord. Insiders are very common, especially disgruntled employees. Even students here, Vice Chancellor, you need to be very careful. We had a case in one of the public universities. I don't have the authority to mention it because I need to protect it. Students who are able to manipulate the system, allocate themselves grades. By the time the graduation was being held, so many people had first classes, and somebody was wondering what is happening. When investigations were launched, it was noticed that there were infiltration into the system, and the grades were changed. People even paid school fees for themselves, and before you realize you're not collecting any money and there are no school fee balances. People are not being sent home, and the bank account is empty, so you wonder where were the school fees paid. Activists, very common. The state actors are very common. Then, of course, we have the terrorist organizations that are also coming up to play a very active role within this space. This is just a summary. I've just adopted this from being an academician. I must always acknowledge my sources from the Canadian Cybersecurity Center. On the left is just the threat actors and their motivation. It is available. Of course, the state actors are geopolitical, military advantage, issues of sabotage, espionage, among others. Of course, cyber criminals are looking for money. The activists are driven by their ideologies. The terrorist groups, again, ideologies, all the way from the insider threats, which is mainly discontent. Maybe they feel that there's no career progression, their pay is too little, they are doing too much, overworked, underpaid, among other grievances that they may be able to have. As a military man, I'll just wish to say this. I've just brought this slide here deliberately, also to open this space again for the scholars. We are saying that the cyberspace is a new war frontier. Initially, when wars started, wars were being fought on land. Okay, people were just using spears, shields, swords, and Africa was very good at that. The Maasais, the Kambas, the Kalenjins, the Kikuyus, people were very good at using these, what we may call traditional weapons. From land, it transitioned into the sea, and people now began to fight in the waters, and they're trying to build capacities and all that. With the time, we went into the air. People realized that the land is not enough. The sea is not enough, or the water, what we may call the maritime, and we went into the air with the invasion and the development of aviation. So now, traditionally, even in our own constitution, you will find that we have the army for land warfare. We have the Air Force for air battles, and we have the Kenyan Navy for the maritime. Then we went into the space. People realized, okay, if we are fighting in land, sea, and in the air, we can go beyond the air. So people went into the space, and now we are where we are, where we are introducing what we may call the fifth domain of warfare, called the cyberspace. Now, I don't know if now the traditional way of recruitment is going to hold the professor. We need to interrogate this. Because if I go to stand on KDF or police or GSU, Kenya Forest Service, any security-based recruitment, they want to know how tall am I, how wide am I, how many kilograms do I have my 32 teeth, can I see properly, are all my senses and faculties intact? Now, this cyber warfare, if you come to realize most of the, without being disrespectful to my friends within the cyberspace, most of us who are very talented within the cyberspace may not fit that bill. Sindio Secretary, you realize the people may be too light, too short, but we are too bright, but we don't meet that traditional criteria. So how do we recruit the cyber warriors? Okay, other countries have already gone ahead. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention countries like the US, China, Russia, France. They have already developed these capabilities for the cyber forces. I'll jump some things so that I save on time. So these are the new now domains of warfare, as you can be able to see. Again, borrowed from the US Army. They're already preparing for 2028 and beyond battles. When we are preparing for all the battles, trying to understand that we need to change all these curriculums with all these new things that have come. So space, air, cyber, maritime, land. So now we have all those domains of warfare that I believe that with the time we'll be able now, as academicians, let's bring this discourse into play so that we influence policy up to and including the policy now to bring into being the cyber warfare capability. And not only in Kenya, but we're also speaking on behalf of also the entire continent. Let me come to where I was supposed to start. I just thought that but I'm finishing, don't worry. These are the various documents that I believe we have law students. Do we have students doing law here? Can I see with the lawyers have not come, and these are the people that hold everything together. Now, these are big lists of documents, beginning from what we call the Budapest Convention by the Council of Europe, a very good document that gives us what we may call the international perspective. All the European states or nations are supposed to ratify that, but it's open to other countries. Already a few African countries have ratified that, and as a country also we have begun the efforts to do that. Coming to the African continent, we have what we call the Malabo Convention on matters of cybersecurity and the personal data protection. It came into force in 2014, but it took another 9 to 10 years for it now to be officially adopted for implementation, because it required 15 African states to be able to ratify it or to ascend into it. And I think last year we had the 15th country. Coming to Kenya here, we have the Computer Misuse and the Cyber Crimes Act, popularly known as CMCA 2018. Now, this is the act that now establishes the NC4 Coordination Committee. There are many, the big list that I've shown you. And to support that committee, we have a secretariat or a directorate now that supports that committee, and that is now the secretariat that I head. So all those members now, I have to support them to be able to deliver a secure cyber space for the people of Kenya. Under that, this year, 2024, to be precise, on 7th March, we brought into force the regulations, and we need to acquaint ourselves with these regulations, because now everybody is supposed to begin to comply. We have a national cybersecurity strategy, 2022-2027. This one, we are also revising it. It has 6 key pillars, beginning from governance, critical information infrastructure protection, matters of law, all the way up to issues of collaboration. This is a new document that will be of interest in this conference. Although it has not been released, it's in a draft format. We are calling it the National Cybersecurity Policy 2024-2029. A very interesting document that in due time, maybe June, July, August, we'll be able to bring it to the academia and also to other stakeholders for interrogation. The mother of all, the Kika Act, 1998, I believe it has gone through several amendments. I believe there are even more newer versions of that. And then point to note here is the National SAT for Matters Cybersecurity is domiciled at the Communications Authority of Kenya. Then we have the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner established under this DPA Act 2019. I saw the Vice Chancellor using photos of his students. So I hope you had the concept, because if you don't have their consent, then you are the Data Protection Commissioner will be on your neck trying to wonder why you used those photos without the consent. There's a school that used the photos of their pupils or their learners. And I think, was it a nightclub that took the patrons' photos and they put them on the social media, and it did not end well. I don't wish to belabor on that. That is just what the act looks like, but we can be able to interrogate it. So these are the pillars of the strategy. I've already mentioned them, beginning from governance, policies, laws, protection of key critical information infrastructure, building capabilities and capacity. This is where I talked about the issues of technology. Of course, the matters of cybercrimes management and cooperation and collaboration. Within the new strategy that we are revising, we've introduced two more pillars, the matters of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, and also issues of cyber incident response and management. Because when we were attacked, Secretary had not yet joined us. We saw some gaps in terms of incident response. So we'll bring it now as a new pillar to be able to ensure that any further incidences are well handled. This matter of governance laws, I'll just jump that. Those are just the pillars. This is now the new strategy. I've just talked about the two new pillars, that is artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. Although we may rename this to new and emerging technologies so that we are not so much specific. In case something else comes up, then the other new one that we've introduced, where is it? Yeah, it's here. Cyber incident response and management. This is an area that after doing the analysis of the old strategy, we saw that there are serious gaps, and we are addressing that. Issues of cyber attribution, as I finish, I know here we are having an international gathering. Always after any incident, we want to know which group, which country. And things being, again, an academic discourse, this is an area that I think we can be able to interrogate. But what we are saying here, it becomes very difficult to attribute, because technically, somebody can hide their location. I can be calling a secretary here, even using Vice Chancellor's name. So secretary will think it is the Vice Chancellor calling, but in essence, it's not the Vice Chancellor. I think we had a case, was it in Singapore? One of the, using deepfake, one of the financial officers was misled to transfer a good amount of money. So people are in a Zoom meeting. So you think you as Vice Chancellor is giving you orders, transfer this, do this, do this. But it's just deepfake. People are just giving you dubious orders, and they end up stealing everything. So tracking the origin of attacks is time consuming, it's expensive. And again, even if you are able to get, okay, let's say the origin is Kenya, but Kenya is big. Is it Kenya as a government, or is somebody in committee that is just trying to propagate a cyber-related incident? So this is an area of, okay, I'll jump that, but I just wish to mention a few things on this, on the UN norms, in terms of responsible state behavior. 11 of them. The ones in green, what do you need to to do. The ones in red, what do you need to avoid? Just to mention, these ones in red: do not damage critical infrastructure, prevent misuse of ICT within your territory, do not harm, do no harm to emergency response teams. Of course, the rest are as shown. So we are saying that the law that we have, the regulations that we've developed, the policy that is also in development, the strategy that we are reviewing, and all the other documents, we are also trying to ensure that they are aligned to these international norms. This should be the last slide. What are my final thoughts to the academicians that are gathering here? Let's see. Interrogate the issues of governance, policies that are there. What about tools and technologies in terms of matters of investment, capacity building and development? Incident response: if a university is attacked, who is supposed to respond, for example? If a bank is attacked, who is supposed to respond? How do we work together to enhance the public-private partnership? What about issues of cooperation and collaboration? And again here, because we are a university, we need to enhance cybersecurity research, development, and innovation. And as Vice Chancellor, we are not talking about documents that are going to rot in the libraries or in our shelves. That these are documents that are going to be disseminated in such forums, given to the policymakers for implementation. With those few remarks, it's now my joy and pleasure, with the permission of the Vice Chancellor, the honorable members gathered here, academicians, industry practitioners, our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to officially declare this conference officially open. Thank you, sirs. And I will assume there are no discussions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I think it's been an enlightening session, and we have been given a challenge as the academia to invest in research, and not just to build it for libraries, but to ensure that that research becomes action points for building resilient systems. So we are doing well, and are you learning something? Have you learned something? Yeah, it's quite enlightening. So because of time, we have our guests who have come, who have already spoken to us. We are going to have our Dean, Professor Martha Kiari, to come and just help appreciate our guests through a token of appreciation. We are having a token of appreciation. And just immediately after that, we are going to have a short break, to have a cup of tea. It's right. If you go through this door, there is a table somewhere there. But for the guests, we are going to have a short photo session with the Vice Chancellor. We are going to use this door. And I think the Corporate Affairs Department is in charge of that photo session. So I want to encourage you, if you're going to take tea, that's the door. And for the rest of our guests, being led by our dear Vice Chancellor, we are going to use this door. So I want to welcome our Dean, Professor Martha Kiari, to come and take us through the next session. Thank you. God bless. Let's appreciate as she comes.
Thank you so much. So far, so good. I don't know how many of us have watched this very funny video where there is a 3-year-old boy whose father goes into a heart attack, and he's making a 911 or whatever call, and the boy keeps saying, "So far, so good. My father's eyes are closed. So far, so good." So we've done it up to that point. I want to appreciate the speakers so far. VC Professor Rabanairo, very thought-provoking. It's not disruptive. It's getting us to where we want to go. I want to take this opportunity before I forget to welcome among us Mr. Emmanuel Carter, the Secretary, ICT, Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. So the government is here. I know he's going to give his speech. We want to hear what the government thinks about us. I was excited as I saw the final slide. I was about to say, can we just get that slide and get it to our students as they begin to look for topics for research? Yes, we have our fourth-year students in undergraduate. We have our master's students. And as they begin to find out where can we get our topics, where are we going to get our research, our communication students, our computer science students, we've already been called. So after we do this presentation, we'll go out for a photo, but we want to start the next session after a cup of tea, and I want to welcome us all back. Please don't go away, including our guests. We want to hear, after the cup of tea, what is the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy thinking about the cyberspace? We've heard from the man with the gun. We've heard from the army. What about those that have the computer only, the ICT people? So we're looking forward to get challenged. Thank you so much, Dr. Kimoyo. That was very thought-provoking. I now understand why you said you are coming by Uber. You needed not to drive, but to get prepared. So welcome, Dr. Kimathi and the team. I want to welcome our Vice Chancellor kindly, with all humility, to come and yes. Yes, and this is what I will do, because now when the father of the home is there, I will award the father of Daystar. And then after that, I will allow him to award our guests, if he allows me. Karibu sana. Will you allow me to stand at the top?
Yeah, you're okay.
Yes. And he's one man who does not like surprises, so I will allow him, I will give him this guest, a gift without the bag. He knows these bags so well. So this is for you, for a good presentation. You can surprise them. Yes. Gold is our school color. And we're saying we appreciate you, Professor Airo, not as the VC, but the professor that gave the first presentation. This is our bag for that. Yes, so with that now, you can award our guest. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our guest. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we will now go for our guest together with the VC through that door. We'll go for a photo up, and this photo, we are taking all of us together. Then we'll take a cup of tea very quickly. We'll come in and we'll give an opportunity to the PS representing to give us the heart of the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. So please, let's go out through that door, our guests. Thank you so much.
adjust our program, we need to really, we only have 24 hours. Within 24 hours, we only have few workable hours, that we have few working hours for this program. So we don't want you to leave here at 9 p.m. We need to work within the schedule that we have. So I want to encourage you, if you're outside, please come. I know people love tea. There are those who linger around brew. Some linger around tea. So we want to encourage you to come. Please, those who are outside, please come. Help me call those who are outside. Please encourage them to come. Please encourage them to come. Please, if there is an empty seat ahead of you, take that courage. Take that courage. I know we love our comfort zones. We love places, corner places. But the seat in front of you belongs to you. Tell your neighbor the seat in front of you belongs to you. Except for the front one, but which you can still sit, but for the honor of our guests, the first and the second, especially this side. But I want you to come. I encourage you to come so that we are able to make, I think for the camera also when they are, yeah, so it looks. We've been having presentations, and different presenters have given us different perspectives. And one thing I love about security is that when I teach security, I talk about the CIA. Confidentiality. Number 2, integrity. And number 3, availability. That's the CIA. And many others, of course, it's debatable whether there are 3. Is a triad or we have more, like auditing. Systems must be audited, okay? There must be assurance and many other factors that extend that triad, the security triad. But please help me call those who are standing outside. But my little knowledge in security, so we are going on well, and so we are looking at security, cybersecurity, and the word cyber, for those who are not from security, is just the word internet. We call the cyberspace, the internet, the information superhighway is the same term. Those are just jargons. But the main thing is secure internet, secure cyberspace, secure playground. As our children access the internet, they are secure. And I think we needed some more other presentations on cyberbullying. Studies that are in Kenya, we're experiencing such things. Now that we have our children, the best way a parent can do if the boy is disturbing is to give him a phone so that the parent can concentrate. Are they secure? One time I was talking to a young man and I was struggling with pornography. And I asked him, how did it begin? And he said, my parents used to trust me with their phone. So that's how the guy was able to access pornographic sites. And he knew how to clear the cache, he knew how to clear all those, what do you call them? Footprints. So the discussion is valid, and I want to encourage you to have a pen and a paper, and when we come to the question section, please make sure you write your questions. You are able to proactively react to the information that we are receiving from this place. So we have presenters that are coming in, and I'm waiting for my boss. Should be coming in shortly. So we have Justin Owili from the Africa Robotics, who will be giving us presentations. And we have the Secretary Security, PS, ICT, and Digital Economy. We have a representative, Mr. Emmanuel Carter, who is with us. And we are longing to hear a lot in terms of government. We heard from the gun. Now we are hearing from the computer. That's what we are told. And then we have another keynote speaker that I want you to set your expectations as we receive from them. Professor George Okeyo, Director of Academics, Carnegie Mellon University, Africa. His topic is on the educator and AI cohabitation in the education process and in terms of the future trends. So I would want you to, I would want to welcome Justin Owili. Is he around? Justin Owili. Just to give us a brief, we had agreed a few minutes as we, okay. Yeah, so this time I was waiting for him, but it's okay. So in place of that session, I would want to I didn't want to do this because I know he's a senior. I didn't want to do this. I would want to welcome the Secretary Security, the representative for the Secretary Security, PS, ICT and Digital Economy, the representative, Mr. Emmanuel Carter, to come and give his presentation. Why don't we just appreciate him as he comes to present? Please, you can do better than that. Give it some energy. Thank you.
Yes, allow me to ride on the already established protocols. And mine is to say good morning. Good morning. Okay, my name is Emmanuel Carter Kimeu. I'm the ICT Secretary for ICT Security and Audit Control in the State Department of ICT and Digital Economy under the Ministry of Information, Communications, and the Digital Economy. I'm here to represent my boss, Principal Secretary, Engineer John Tanui, who is out representing the country and could not make it here. So he sends his regards and he says if he has another chance, he'll definitely make it here. So allow me to go through my remarks. My topic is a collective effort for digital future. A collective effort for Kenya's digital future. It is an honor to be here today at the Global Cyber Shield Conference 2024, a gathering dedicated to the critical issue of cybersecurity in our rapidly evolving digital landscape. And I must say I'm happy to be here. One, I've been in the industry, security, since 1999. That's what I've done, I've made money with, and that's what I do up to today. And secondly, Daystar is my home. My son is a third year, has finished his third year at the college in Athi River. So I'm very much at home, and I'm happy to be with you today. So the theme chosen for this year, building resilience in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and cyber law, is not only timely, but also profoundly relevant as we strive towards achieving Kenya's ambitious digital vision 2030, the digital superhighway, and the creative economy pillar of the bottom-up economic agenda, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, that's BETA, which our President, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is very passionate about and is following its progress keenly. And you realize now we are digitizing more, and I just want to give you some statistics. With digitization, definitely we attract the criminal world because there's something. Today, criminal world is not about fame. It's about making money. During my times, hackers, mostly students, used to do it for fame. But today, it's a whole economy, the underworld economy. And if we were to measure it economically, the underworld, according to Steve Morgan, the editor-in-chief, artificial intelligence and machine learning, or what we call quantum computing, offer immense potential in threat detection, response, as well as prevention. As leaders of tomorrow, we must explore and integrate these technologies in our cybersecurity framework. Strengthening legal frameworks. A robust and adaptable cyber law framework is crucial for deterrence, investigation, and prosecution of cybercrime. This helps us ensure that cyber criminals are prosecuted as required by the law. Fourth, promoting public awareness. Building a culture of cybersecurity. Building a culture of cybersecurity awareness among citizens is essential. Educating individuals about online safety practices and encouraging responsible digital behavior can significantly reduce vulnerabilities. That's what Dr. Colonel James Kimuyu was talking about, cyber hygiene. And I want to say here, as a government, of creating cyber security awareness to over 20 million Kenyans in the next 3 or 4 years. Okay? Collaboration is key in fighting cyber adversaries. We must adopt open communication and information sharing between different stakeholders. Cybersecurity cannot be a silo. You cannot operate as a silo. Collaboration is everything. You need to have government, the forces, the people, and even our neighbors and the world together for us to be able to fight. Because if an attack occurs in the US, within minutes, it can be in Kenya. Okay? Academia can provide cutting-edge research and expertise. Industry can translate research into practical solutions, and government can create a conducive legal and regulatory environment. By working together, we can build a more resilient digital ecosystem for Kenya. This will not only protect our critical infrastructure, but also empower our citizens to embrace the full potential of the digital age. I believe that with unwavering commitment, collaborative efforts, and continuous innovation, we can navigate the challenges of the digital world and pave way for a secure and prosperous future Kenya. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him again. I love what he said, that the government cannot fight alone. Collaboration is everything, so that is a task we have as academia, so that we are able to provide leadership in terms of research. We are able to provide applications, resilient applications, for us who teach software engineering, to ensure that even at the development level, the development of software is able to afford some of these resilient techniques in security. So as we go on, I think we are progressing on well. I want to encourage you, please invite somebody. If you have a social media platform, please invite somebody, tell them to come. It's all happening here at Daystar, and we are going on well. So without wasting time, we have our next speaker who is coming to talk to us about the educator and AI cohabitation in education process in terms of the future trends. It's none other than Professor Okeyo, the Director of Academics, Carnegie Mellon University, Africa. And please help me welcome our dear brother and professor to come and give us his highlights. Thank you. Let's escort him. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so I'm pleased to be here and looking forward to talking to you about my topic as part of my keynote address. I had shared some slides, so they'll be showing shortly. So I come from Carnegie Mellon University, Africa. This is in Rwanda, Kigali. I am the Director of Academics there. And as we are waiting to start with this, I think I'll just take this opportunity because I believe there are students here who are doing applied computer science, I guess. Anyone doing applied computer science in the room? Yeah, so the university where I come from offers master's degree programs. And because of that, I think this is an opportunity for you to explore that for your master's degrees. We are not competitors at the undergraduate level because we don't offer undergraduate degree programs, but we offer postgraduate degree programs, and I'll probably leave my contacts with your dean. And at some point, we normally admit every time in fall, that is September. We do the admissions much earlier, but students start learning around that time. So I just wanted to highlight that opportunity in as much as I came here for something else, but why not? It would be good to actually see some students from here being at Carnegie Mellon University. As you probably know, Carnegie Mellon University is probably in the top 10 ICT schools in the world. And so I believe that is where you want to be for your master's degree programs. That said, for now, let me focus on my topic, which is on the cohabitation and of the AI and educator cohabitation. So what is this all about? What are some of the opportunities? What are some of the challenges that we can highlight here? And how can we move forward so that we take advantage of some of this? Now, in my presentation, I'll provide a background. Luckily, the VC already defined for us AI, and so I'm not going to talk about what AI is. Interestingly, its definition was almost exactly the same definition that I was going to use, so that is really good. I'll talk about the fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0, just briefly, just to set the stage. And then I'll try to look at what then is the problem, setting the stage for what then is the problem. And then we look at, is it that AI and the educator cohabitation, can that be a solution to this problem that we would have identified? And then from that point on, I'll want to talk about the process. And as I talk about the process, there are three things that I'm going to look at. What are the opportunities? Where can we actually utilize AI and the educator working hand in hand? And then secondly, what are the challenges to this? Some of those challenges have actually been highlighted again by the VC when he did give his opening talk. And then, of course, we look at what are some of the tips that we could actually look at if we want to go forward to realize some of these goals. And then, of course, finally, I'll just outline what in my thinking would be some of the things to think of as the way forward. Now, the idea of Industry 4.0 is all about the combination of all these developments that have happened in the technology world that include cyber-physical systems. So you're thinking software, you're thinking the physical environment, you're thinking people, you're thinking machines, you're thinking all this integration that happens with all these entities. And of course, there is AI. And as you saw, AI, as the VC again highlighted, probably is something that started long before any of the people in this room were born. And of course, there have been developments along the way, there have been challenges along the way. There are cases when there's been disillusionment, what he called the AI winter, and all these kind of things. And then, of course, other advanced technologies, including Internet of Things, sensors that are in every place. In your phone alone, you probably have more than 20 different sensors, each of which can collect information that could be useful. The question is, are there things that we can do on the basis of this information that we are collecting from all these systems? And the answer is that with AI, you can build probably some models that try to understand that data that you're collecting. And using that data, you could do things. And some of those things could be within the educational space. And that is one of the things that we'll be talking about. And I don't want to forget to mention that advances in cloud computing is actually probably the main reason why we are now able to build some of the more powerful AI tools, machine learning tools, among others. The likes of generative AI are all as a result of those developments that have occurred as a result of cloud computing. So if you actually go back from around 2004 onwards is when you begin to see actually larger and some of those very steep developments taking place as a result. Like I said, I'll not talk about that. And I just wanted to place this in context on the idea of what are called foundational models. And I believe the most common foundational models that you hear about relate to large language models. And you have heard of ChatGPT and all these kind of things. And what are some of the things that they can do for you? Just think about it. You have information that is out there on the internet. You build models out of that information and then use those models to generate things. Today, if you wanted to develop a course outline for something that you want to teach on cybersecurity or on computer ethics or anything like that, you could easily use such kind of tools to help you with that. So here is a tool that, on one hand, can be very powerful, and then used carelessly can also be very detrimental, to the extent that it can actually prevent you from achieving the goals of learning that you originally intended to achieve. So that is just within the background. So as an educator, your job is to try to systematically support your students in learning, in acquiring knowledge, and in acquiring the skills that are necessary so that they can actually use these skills for whatever their careers could be, whether those careers are in professional work or whether it is in entrepreneurship, in research, or even in educating others, among other things. So you actually play a very important role of encouraging, supporting, and enabling learners. So you actually provide, it's not just the content that you provide to those students. It is also the interactions that you have with them. It is the mentorship that you actually provide to them. Through those interactions, you influence how they view the world and how they probably get motivated to even learn. In some cases, some students actually want to be like you because maybe they got encouraged when you taught them. I just want you to pause at that point and think about it. Do you think there is a point when a student is going to want to be like a generative AI tool that is able to give them a lecture, probably using generated videos and all these kind of things? Would a student want to be like that person? Or would a student want to be like you, the people who are actually in this audience? And I do believe the answer is the second one. Yes, you can get all that content, but then there's this other interaction, the human in the loop, that is very important in how you actually encourage people to be motivated to want to learn, among other things. Now, we are looking at a situation where AI is sitting side by side with the educator in this particular case. And why would probably that be necessary? Because of a few things that I've identified here as the problem. So if you could go next. And next again. Next. Yes. So we talk about inclusive education. The need for inclusive education. People have different abilities. When I go to a class, when I teach programming, for instance, I have students who come with very high-level skills. There are students at bottom-level skills. At the end of the day, I want to get them at the same level. That already is an element of a case of diversity in your student cohort. In some cases, you have people coming from different places. There are people who get into master's programs, and probably they have always written their code on paper, not on a computer. That happened somewhere in this continent, so it is not something that is far-fetched. So when that person is in your class, obviously they will not be as comfortable with whatever is happening there. There are people with disabilities. There are, of course, other ways of defining diversity. And when you think about that, the need for inclusive education then becomes very important. Then there are few and overworked educators. in some cases, I normally joke with my students once in a while that in some cases I teach a political rally. And when I talk about a political rally, I just mean a class that is large. It becomes very difficult to interact with each of the students individually when the class is 100, 200, 300, and all these kind of things. And as one person, you need to grade them, you need to set the exams, and you need to prepare for the teaching, and you still need to advise them, because otherwise you become like the generative AI that they don't want to be like, the person that they want to be like. So you want to also get that time for them. So many times educators spend more time on repetitive and routine tasks, tasks that probably, if they're automated, could be very helpful. Now we have cases where people can write code, and you can submit your code and it is graded automatically, instead of someone having to go through each line of code trying to grade you. So that's just an example of what you call a routine task. Then we have limited access to quality education in some cases because of infrastructure that is not available, physical infrastructure, labs, libraries, classrooms, among other things. So with that problem, the question is AI and the educator cohabitation the solution to this? Is that what we should go for? So the idea of cohabitation is that we basically have a symbiotic relationship between the two entities, the humans, the educator in this case, and the AI systems, sitting side by side, working together for what they need to achieve, educating the students that need to be educated, grading them, preparing the materials for these classes, among other things. So the hope is that when this happens, that the weaknesses that they could have, each one of them, they could complement on their strengths and compensate for those weaknesses that exist among the individuals. And in that way, the hope is that then you have probably better achievement within the education, the skills, knowledge, among other things. Now, if you think about this, and you're looking for what is the justification for this AI and the educator cohabitation? What is the justification for this? What are the opportunities that exist that can actually be explored? And I would want to think of these opportunities in three ways. The first one is to think of the learners. The second one is to think of the educators. And the third one is to think of policymakers, like those in government, who actually sit and make decisions. This is how we need to do things. And so how can they all benefit from AI? Of course, you must be wondering, if it was AI and the educator cohabitation, why do we want to talk about the learners and the policymakers? Why not just focus on the educators and the AI systems in this case? It just turns out that all these are closely tied. What the educators do affect the students. What the policymakers do affect how the people do the education and go about it, and how the students actually benefit or receive it, among other things. And so if you think about it, there are certain benefits that could be obvious, or maybe we think, the likes of enhanced instructional support, the likes of automated administrative tasks for the educators. For the learners, I think the most important really is the ability to personalize. Because if you're talking about inclusive education, then we need to also think of that ability to deliver what we are delivering to individuals in such a way that every individual gets the best out of that educational process. And so the idea of personalization is very important. But it is also said that students actually do better when they're engaged. If you can actually maintain the engagement over a period of time, keep that motivation that they had, and keep reminding them of why they're here and what probably this will lead to thereafter, then you have that chance of actually engaging them more. And so with AI tools, it is probably possible that people could do things like quizzes and all these other things and get automated responses and all that, which then encourages them to continue engaging with the content, hoping that at the end of the day that increases their learning, the possibilities of learning. For the policymakers, one of the most important things is the ability to derive data-driven insights. So the decisions that are made are based on what exactly is going on. When, for instance, we say that X universities are producing, quote unquote, half-baked graduates, as an example, what do we mean when we say that? Where is the evidence to indicate that this is the case? Now, if, for instance, we have done some learning analytics from the data that we are collecting around the students, their learning, and the tests, among other things, about the learning outcomes that have been identified, we could then say that when you look at these learning outcomes, they are all at this level of Bloom's taxonomy. And on that particular basis, we have people who can do a lot of defining, we can do a lot of explaining, we can do a lot of discussing, but we cannot do the creating, the innovation, the application, the synthesis, and all these other things that are equally important for learning, and especially those high-level skills that would then be transferable whenever these people then get out to the job market. So doing data-driven insights would be very useful for policymakers. And you must ask yourself the question, are the policymakers going to do this themselves? Or is it the educators who can actually do this analysis and provide these insights through the reports that they're then sharing with the policymakers out there to inform their decision making? So I'll probably not go into many of the details, but I'll just highlight some of the opportunities for educators include automating the administrative tasks. I just gave you an example. If today I wanted to teach something called object-oriented programming to my students, I could easily go and do lesson planning by simply going to ChatGPT, and using the right kind of prompts, I can actually get a very good outline, which I can then customize for my students. And I think this also challenges you as educators, whether it is something that should simply be disallowed in universities. The ability of people, students to use these kind of tools, is it something that could be disallowed or that should be disallowed? Because I'm giving an example where now sitting on this other side, I could actually use it to prepare for my students. So what if my students also want to use it to help them in addressing some of the assignments that they have? If today I gave my students a programming problem, I could actually build test cases by using ChatGPT. I just need to give it the right instructions, and it will give me the test cases. In software, we normally talk about something called edge cases. So it will even include all those edge cases in my testing. If my student went ahead and did that, is that something that we should prevent them from doing? Or is this something that we should consider mechanisms of producing guidelines that we can use to facilitate our students with using some of this? I think for all universities, this is a question that everyone is asking. So there is no answer. There is no single institution that has already come up with guidelines that can help navigate the entire landmines that ChatGPT and generative AI give you. But I think this is a question that we need to keep at the top of our minds, because it looks like this could be a good tool. If today I give my students an assignment on data structures and algorithms to build a solution for flight scheduling, for instance, it could be very complex. So at times what I do, I set my assignments, and then I take them to generative AI and ask generative AI to give me some solution. And you'd be surprised. There are always some solutions that are fairly good. They are not complete. They are normally partial, and all these kind of things. So you still need to do the work. But it just tells us that these are tools that you could take advantage of if we actually think of which ways we can take advantage of that. So like I've said, automated administrative tasks like lesson planning is something that can actually be facilitated by this. You could have conversational agents that could interact with your students. They could ask questions, so these conversational agents. You could even use this for your own professional development, because you could have some work and you could actually have it even reviewed by some of these tools. Then the other opportunity is to do with enhanced instructional support. Now, with some of the learning management systems, those that have built-in learning analytics, when you give a test, for instance, you can get a lot of information about that test, which can influence how you then interact with your students. You can then see, out of my 10 questions, 3 questions, only 40% of the students got them right. There is 1 question, everyone got it right. Maybe it is testing nothing. And these are things that you can actually then use to help you adapt. Even for yourself, you can see that this kind of question will be difficult for students, this other one will be too easy for students, and what exactly am I trying to, is it because the content was not adequate for that particular test, and that's why only 40% of the students are getting it right. So it can actually help you with readjusting your own material, or even preparing an additional coverage of that particular topic, especially when you learn that students did not actually understand it. Then there are also resources that can be recommended to students on the basis of probably the questions that they're asking or the difficulties that they're having, or when you profile your students. And when you profile students, it's not a bad thing that you could actually profile your students. The idea of profiling is you want to learn what are the weaknesses, what are the opportunities, where are they doing well, when they're not doing good, what are the unique characteristics of each student, and then how then do you recommend resources for them. So there could be a student struggling with chapter 1 and 2 of what you taught, or lecture 1 and 2 of what you taught. And this comes out from the performance analysis that you've done. You could then give them recommendations on additional materials that they could do. And all this can be done by using suitable recommender systems benefiting from the use of AI. Then there's the idea of classroom management. In some cases, you just want to monitor engagement of students. This is something that is a bit up in the air. I don't know how many of you are happy to be in a classroom with video cameras monitoring you as you're actually dozing off, among other things. Probably very few of us would like that. But there is an opportunity, especially with a bit more responsibility on how that data is processed. If it can de-identify people and all these kind of things, that would be good. And then you'd have an idea how your students are actually engaging in that class. And now we also have systems that allow you to proctor exams remotely. And essentially, it allows you, someone will have the camera on, and you'd be able to check that this is the person. You'd be able to check that they're not engaging in other things during this particular test, among others. So there are all these opportunities for educators to take advantage of some of these AI tools. So using computer vision tools, you'd be able to actually do both the proctoring and even monitoring the student engagement. In terms of the learners, I would just run through this quickly. So for instance, you have intelligent tutoring systems. I think the VC did point that out in one of those diagrams in the mind map that he had. We have personalized learning experiences. This can be very useful for the learner. And of course, there is the idea of, you remember I did talk about content recommendation. So content can be curated based on the profiles of each of your students. And this now can be the student pulling the content by themselves. There is you probably pushing the content to the student. That is the first part we looked at, where we were looking at the educator. But there's also that element that the student, the learner, could actually be the one going in and prompting for information, and then they're given the kind of content that is suitable for them. And that would be based on their goals, on their interests, and of course, on their profile. But what I've highlighted is the idea of the learning materials themselves is where the problem could be. As you have seen with some of the generative AI tools that are available, they're typically many times limited by the point at which they were trained and the data that was available up to that point. So if the training ended in October 2022, then it means anything that came after that may not be represented in this. Now ask yourself, if that is content that you're giving, is it still the latest content? So I think there's a point where you as the educator still have to come in to ensure that the kind of content that your students are getting, they do not just rely on these generative AI tools, but you can also provide more material and provide more interactions with them. But remember what you have said. You have been freed from administrative tasks. You do not have to read people's code to award them grades and all these kind of things. You can spend a bit more of that time interacting with students, providing them with more targeted interventions that can help them. Now, I may not talk much about the opportunities for policymakers, as I did talk about. They could analyze job market trends from the data that is available. They could then use that to help with guiding policy on curriculum development. It could help in optimizing resource allocation. When you have limited resources, you want to place them in the right place. And then, of course, there's the element of equity and fairness monitoring, which also is something that you can do from educational data mining that you could actually do on the data that you're collecting. So all those are opportunities that our policymakers, our learners, and also our educators can actually benefit from. Now, I turn to what are some of the challenges with all this. I think I may have painted a very rosy picture of things that you can do and the possibilities that are available. But what are some of the challenges in achieving some of this? So there's the issue of ethics and bias. So when you talk about ethics and bias, ask yourself the data that is being used to do the training. One of the speakers earlier on did talk about some, I think that must have been Professor Bowen. He did talk about the case where indigenous knowledge is not available online. And so if you are training some systems on that data, then those systems are already biased against that data which is missing. And so this has the potential to actually influence what you are going to transmit to the students. So if you're talking about history, and you want to talk about the history of Kenya, yet the information out there is not about the history of Kenya, that is then going to be a problem in terms of what you transmit to people. So I think we have to be more deliberate, not just use these tools blindly, but also go into them and see, are there some gaps, and how can we address some of these gaps? And the data that is being used, did you access it? Did you get authorization to actually access and use that data? Or is it data that you just found somewhere? I think recently there was a story of probably someone, I forget the name, whose voice was actually being used by some AI system without the authority. And it is after they complained that this was actually addressed. Now, how many people have that power of Hollywood to be able to actually intervene and demand for accountability? many people would actually not be able to make those kind of demands. So data ethics, algorithmic bias are challenges that we'll have to worry about. The second one is the training of teachers, of the educators, and their adaptation. I've had, I told you I teach some course called data structures, and my students are supposed to produce documentation. So one time I ran a plagiarism check on their work, and the documentation was plagiarized. Not their code. The documentation was plagiarized. And it's interesting because they tried to use ChatGPT, generative AI, to help them with the documentation. And that's what you then end up with. So as an educator, there is already that element that students are likely going to use these tools. And they may be using them in ways that you will not be able to discover. Or you'll spend more time as a policeman instead of being the educator that you are, looking for those cases where they've used these tools that you have not authorized. So thinking about training, thinking about adaptation, thinking about exposing people to these new technologies so that we can actually figure out which are the best ways to use them, I think would be something that would be important. Now, this remains a challenge because there are resources that are needed to facilitate that training. You need the people who will do that training to be equipped to actually give it to the teachers, among other things. But remember, the educators may also be resisting. Or in some cases, there's also the element of hype. So I started teaching artificial intelligence some time back, probably 15 or so years ago. What I always find difficult is the amount of hype that people attach with some of these technologies. So you'll find people take AI and make it look like tomorrow AI will solve all your problems. If you're on this, probably forget about it, work on something else. Now, that element of hype is not too different from poor usage of AI tools. So it is not too different from poor usage of AI tools. Now, the other one is on the digital divide that is likely to be widened with some of these technologies if we actually do not intervene and provide robust infrastructure in place. I think the good thing for especially Kenya, among others, is that you're having developments on cloud computing, among others, that will provide more capacity locally. Now, as I conclude, what do I suggest as the way forward? I think one of the things is that this thing, we talk about data and algorithmic bias, also relates to whether we are willing to share our data. And the reality is that sharing data, especially in this continent, is one of the most difficult things. And if we want to address that, we have to be willing to put our data out there so that it can actually be used. Even if it is put in some quote-unquote silos, but at least let it be available for some people to be able to access it. The other one is on teacher training and adaptation. I think institutions that are training teachers need to really think, how do we utilize, or what are the most responsible ways of using some of these tools? And lastly, is about investment in infrastructure. The physical infrastructure, and then, of course, the software, the human software infrastructure. Very important. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate him. He's done a good job in terms of learners, educators, and what the government should do. In research, we have what we call the research onion. There is what we call the research onion. In AI, if I don't show you this, I'll have not done a good job. Because I teach AI. Please show the screen, on the screen. So as I think one of the reaction, Prof, you should help us is, because we can condemn ChatGPT, but how do we maximize in terms of the points of hallucinations, maximizing the hallucinations? Because many people just think every student can generate answers from ChatGPT. How do we maximize on hallucinations as educators to set, especially exam, because that's the cutoff points, how do we maximize? I think those are debates we should have, and maybe as a university we should have a workshop on how to use ChatGPT ethically. Maybe something like that would help us. So, okay. So our next speaker, maybe he'll show us later. This is very important for us to understand, maybe for those who are learning, because in classes we try to demystify and it becomes very clear. But our next speaker will do 2 sessions. We'll try to make them brief. Yes, we try to make them brief. Those presenting, you can help us. I know it's a bit whatever, but you can help us make it a little bit brief. We have our next speaker who will be talking to us on human factors in cybersecurity threats from within. We had a speaker who was talking to us about insider threat, which is usually the hardest threat to handle. So, Mr. Haidar Chaudhry, Dell East Africa. Help me welcome Mr. Haidar Chaudhry to come and talk to us about the human factors in cybersecurity threats.
Good afternoon, guys. Sorry, I've been told to be very brief, though I would really like to have a whole afternoon with you guys. Because, see, I'm not a professor, okay, first of all. So what I want to connect you guys is directly to the industry, okay? So whatever education we take, it has to transform or result into some kind of tangible outcome for every student, right? You need to be placed in some of the industry, maybe you have to be placed on a job, or you want to be placed in a research organization. So whatever you have learned during your academia, it can be implemented and can yield some benefit for yourself and also for the country, right? So I just wanted to discuss a couple of things. I'm not doing any presentation. We're gonna share some information and I need your feedback, okay? So first of all, I wanted to know, do we have any students who are directly into learning cybersecurity, anything to do with automation of the processes, or maybe got hit by maybe some kind of virus or ever in your life? So you are my guys. Like, we can relate very much what I'm gonna share with you guys. So, can you guys tell me how many type of threats threat is an external threat? Okay, so you have an organization, you have an industry, you have an office, you have a university, so somebody trying to breach you from outside, okay? The second type of threat is when we have a breach from within, okay? So both are dangerous, but a lot of industry vendors, they have invested into external threats. So you hear about firewalls, antiviruses, this and that. So that is actually protecting you from external threats. So internal threats are mostly by, I don't want to use that word, or maybe inferior educated teams, okay? So our students are not educated enough, or our teachers, or our admin staff, infrastructure guys, they're not educated enough on internal threats. And that is the weakest part, which we experience from industry, that maybe you can have a very good firewall, but maybe somebody is putting password 1234. You understand? Or you are just sharing your password with your other friends so that they can download something from your internet account, right? And what is happening after that, nobody knows. Then we also have shadow IT. Have you ever heard of shadow IT? Means you are going in and out of your corporate network or your student network or your university network. You go home, you use your conventional internet without any security, without any protocols, and there is no policy when you're coming back to the network, right? So you can bring anything back to the university, and now university is exposed to something which is not supposed to. And that is internal because you're a trusted user, right? So that's why the concept of zero trust came into being, that you don't trust anyone. Even if you are an internal user, you have to follow a certain level of protocol and policy when you're coming back to your networks, okay? So what happened when we have a threat or incidents occurrence. So there is always like two ways to respond to it. One, we can respond to it proactively, okay? So a lot of people talk about proactiveness, and then second category of response is reactive response, right? So incident has happened, now what to do? So a lot of people, they get stuck at that point because maybe the threat which has come into their organization or into their network or into their application is not known. So if it is not known, then you don't know how to respond to it, right? So what we need to do is to do capacity building on the academia level, which we lack, okay? So what happens, the programs which we run normally, they are maybe a bit on the high level or maybe not even relevant after a certain period of time because, you know, technology is ever evolving. So 2 years back, Talk of Town was security, right? Today, Talk of Town is AI. Tomorrow, I don't know what's going to be. But the capacity building of our students is going to be our top target always. Because if we teach them as a co-curricular track within their education years, it can help them become proactive engineers when they are actually working for an organization because they have learned and experienced many scenarios, and then they can be masters of, actually my daughter calls this word, it's called adaptive intelligence within humans. So you come across a certain scenario and you adapt your intelligence and you respond. This is key because AI still needs data to work, okay? And our brains, what does it need? Experience. So you experience a scenario, you build intelligence. However, AI is still inferior to the data we feed it. The least relevant data we feed, the worst outcomes we can have from AI. I've been working with so many leading vendors in the world who are developing the most diverse models on AI, but still they need data. That's why they are still struggling for data lakes, for data mining, accuracy of the data, because any outcome which comes from AI has to be based on the data you input, okay? So going to the next part, we have to be more proactive when it comes to cybersecurity. So the gap which we experience is people does not have enough experience. They are more reactive than being proactive. That's why CyberPro Global and CyberPro Kenya has a mandate to deliver those trainings to our people, our students, staff, admin staff, any kind of people who are interacting with any kind of system. So we have planned education system when it comes to cybersecurity and how to respond to an incident. And now one more thing which a lot of people never think about. If incident happen, maybe there is a response team. Are they able to recover you to the original production state? So there is a big gap. So think about it comparatively. You losing everything, or maybe in 2 weeks' time, our team can recover 80% of your data. What will you go for? You'll go for the second option, right? Okay, how many people 4 years ago has re-registered themselves with the Huduma Center? Or 5 years ago, I might say. How many people? All of us. You know why? You guys know why? That we have to re-register to our own country again? Because they lost our data. They had nothing. How many people became victims of not getting a passport for a whole year? How many guys here? So you're here. So why? Because they didn't have your data to create a new passport booklet for you. So you have to re-register, because what happened? They got an incident, maybe they got a response to stop it, but they're never able to recover your data. So that's the biggest problem. So we are talking about AI. What if there is no data? There'll be no AI. So one more point I just want to share with you guys quickly. I think I'm going really fast. Do you guys know a difference between data protection and data security? It's a very hot topic when it comes to cybersecurity. Do you guys have any idea what is a data protection and data security? These are actually two different fields altogether. So data protection is you physically protect your data. For example, you have a data center.
So what you do, you create a high tier level of data center whereby you have redundancy on the server level, you have redundancy on the physical hardware storage level, you have redundancy on the networks, you have redundancy on the power level. So that is called data protection. Like if anybody who has ever done maybe a physical installation of a system, so we have RAID levels, right? So why do we implement RAID levels? So you have data protection. So if one hard drive goes bad, another one takes over, right? So we can do different level of RAIDs. Now, second type of information which I wanted to share is data security. That's where the cybersecurity, your antiviruses, your firewalls, your human intervention, your AI models, your data lakes come into picture. Your access control lists, all that come into picture at data security level. But primary still be data protection, because if there is no data, there is nothing to protect. If your server is kaput, and you don't have any data to protect, so where are you going to implement your cybersecurity policy? Because there is no data to protect. So that was another point I wanted to make. Then, very, very important, we have to develop trainers of trainers. That's very important. Our teachers has to be trained first to have the holistic picture what cybersecurity is doing to us, what are the key points. We often like to talk about, fancy things, fancy models. I go to basics. Let's go to basics first. Have a policy in place. Everybody should know that policy, whether it is a student or it's a teacher or even a visitor of our university or our corporate premise. That should be very, very clear. Number two, enforce implementation. What can be done, cannot be done. If you have a shadow BYOD, it should not enter my network. I have a policy. Many organizations I visit, even banks, can you imagine? They have open Wi-Fi to everyone. Go, connect, do whatever you want to do. Oh, we have a business center within our branch because it is for our high-end customers. So they give unattended access to internet, and which is also, connected on a flat network. You can access any device, anytime, through a Wi-Fi. It's very easy. Then my friends, my brothers and sisters who like to travel, always look for a free Wi-Fi on the airport, right? You want to do last-minute email checking, last-minute calls to your family, or maybe you are somewhere in transit where your mobile phone is not working, so you are just looking for that free Wi-Fi. Do you even know who hosts that free Wi-Fi? Any ideas? I can put any name and just put a Wi-Fi box, or maybe create my laptop as a hotspot and just create free JKIA Wi-Fi, connect. And you're actually connecting directly to my laptop or one of my devices. And I can do anything I want with your device. Okay? So these are some of the things which we experience on a daily basis. So what to do? Awareness. Okay? A comprehensive training system, not just for education, but also for social engineering. You should understand which areas are prone to social engineering, like emails. Even today, 95% attacks are initiated through an email, to date. Regardless of all the ransomwares and malwares and worms and this and that, still to date, the highest number of threats are being initiated through phishing emails. So, and then there was a time I was with one of the clients here, one very big insurance company in Kenya. I went to see these guys. Those guys were hosted on Google. They were using Gmail as their corporate email. And he was showing me, Haider, can you see this email? This is a virus. If I click, my system will shut down. I say, if you know, why don't you do something about it? He say, we think that Google is safe. I say, have you ever read terms and conditions of O365 or Google? They never give you a security disclaimer, never. They will never protect anything. They said, if you want to protect your email, create a hosted email antivirus somewhere, host it, maybe in Azure, we will sell you a firewall, then you set it up. So they are not responsible for your data at all. They want your data, but they cannot protect it. So what we need to do, a comprehensive understanding has to be developed within our teams, within our organizations, within our universities, as a standard policy, how to access data, how to open an email. What are the known type of files which you are not supposed to open? Because trust me, zero-day attacks bypass everything. You know what is a zero-day attack? Zero-day attack is a targeted attack which is designed and tailored for a certain organization. You cannot see. It's not possible. That's why any security company in the world will never give you 100% security. They say, we give you 99% security. 1% buffer is there, and that is for zero-day attacks. So academia has to take charge on this thing. We have to teach our learners what exactly cybersecurity means. It's not just a couple of presentations and a couple of booklets you can go through. No, it's a day-to-day. I consider it as a life science. You understand what is a life science? Which grows with you, right? Like a cook. Cooking is a life science, right? The more you cook, the better you become, right? Okay? Horse riding is a life science. Cybersecurity is a life science. It has to grow as you grow. You have to develop that understanding as you grow. My understanding of cybersecurity 20 years back was totally different. But today, I'm not an expert, but I've seen a lot. I know what happens when a customer calls you 2 a.m. in the morning and he has a ransomware attack and the main database server is down. And the whole branch or a whole country was off for 2 weeks. Can you imagine time value for money? How much money they have lost when they were not providing a service? So this is very, very key. Now, I want to conclude on 2 things. Number 1, after all this information, what should we do? What is the primary implementation of all this? Now, what is happening of lately, that the businesses and maybe IT paradigm is shifting. You know how? Now people don't want to worry about what is inside a box. They don't want to see where the server room is. They don't want to see where my system is running. Tell me something. How many of you guys use any kind of cloud service? Maybe Google Drive, maybe iCloud or anything, XYZ. Do you even know where your data is residing? You have any idea? What do you need? A portal, a username, and a password. Do you need anything else? Do you want to know anything else? Right? So it's changing. So what it is? It's a service. So the whole industry is transforming into a services industry. Okay? And we need engineers and students who can address to that requirement in the market. As of today, we spoke a lot about AI and data sciences and all that. You know what is our current Africa status of supply versus demand? Any idea? That how many jobs are out there and how many people we are producing? Any idea? 2020, it was at minus 40%. For every 100 jobs, we were able to produce 60 people. As of 2024 latest report, we are at minus 60%. So for every 100 jobs, we are only able to produce 40 people. And that too, not on a dynamic or a comprehensive knowledge stack, it's specific. So even to run AI, you know you need data scientists? Because what happens, to run any AI model, you have to create a data pool, which is recognized by any AI model, right? So we need data scientists who can train the data into a certain template so that the AI model can run. So I need more data scientists than AI experts. Because AI module can be created by maybe once and can be used for years. Or maybe there will be maybe some tweaks, version 1, version 2, version 3. But it requires data. Data to be trained, which an AI model can read. So data scientists. Again, to have data, you need data protection and security. So we are still, it's a vicious circle, my brothers and sisters. We're just going round and round and round. Okay? So data is at the core of everything. Learn about it, then learn how to protect it, and then learn how to secure it. Then run any module on top of it, whatever you want. It will still give you good results, right? So those were some of my closing remarks. And as our VC said, in his closing remarks, we need inclusion. We need inclusion from everyone, whether it is academia, whether it is industry like me, or it is overall government intentions to invest or work with you guys. These three has to work hand in hand. Without that, because if there is a governing law and we are not ready for it, we'll be stuck. Or we are over-prepared and the laws are not there, then we can always bypass, right? And education sector or academia has to play a very, very vital role to educate us, to educate our new generation, people, engineers and ministers and policymakers of tomorrow. They are maybe sitting next to you right now. So let's plan this thing in such a way that we have an inclusive environment whereby we talk to everyone, we discuss with everyone, and we have the right person for the right job, and we assign those tasks and responsibility to people among us. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
I think it's clear that AI uses data. Cybersecurity, we want to secure data. So we cannot separate the two. It's very clear, and I think we need to take a cup of coffee. I've learned a lot so that we are able to learn more. We are progressing well. Do you agree with me? Are you learning? I know the glucose level is also trying to misbehave. We have a powerful lunch, so I would want you to just be patient a little bit. We have a virtual presenter. That is Dr. Leo Tabansky in the Disciplinary Cyber Research Center, Israel. So we are receiving a presentation from Israel. So in the disciplinary look at cybersecurity challenges and strategy for government and academic sectors in information age. As we've seen, we cannot separate the two. The two are inseparable. So as we prepare our students, let's prepare them with AI skills and cybersecurity skills to ensure that there is resilience. So Hope, is it ready? So we'll do that, and immediately after this speaker, please, we'll have our dean come to award to our earlier speakers, those who've been, been talking to us. So immediately after this speaker, our dear dean will be able to step on stage and give us direction. So we'll have a lunch break. We'll try to make it short as 25 minutes, so that we come back for the afternoon panel discussion. And that's the place we'll ask questions. We'll listen from our panelists. So please come up, draft a question. And for your information, CyberPro is running some training. They have helped us equip at River Campus. So you don't need to be a computer science student. If you have passion for cybersecurity, you can join that movement. So we'll be trained. We have enough trainers. We have some boot camps that are running. So please don't think you have to be a computer science student. If you need the skills, we have a training center in Athi River. Do we have it ready? Sorry?
So as we wait for the speaker to be ready, I want us to appreciate Professor George for, I almost felt like I need to go to his class. So he started by inviting us to that, join his classes, probably online. I'll be joining him. We also have this challenge so strong. I almost thought you know me, especially when it comes to password. I have a personal experience. One time I set my exams, and I decided to be very tough. And I'm ashamed because Mr. Molly is here. And that time he was our ICT boss. So I decided I'm going to put very tough passwords. There were 4 exams, so for each I had a different password. And I sent my exam to the exam room, and they received it on a CD. Those were the days of CD, if you remember. And they called me for my password. And I could not remember which one was opening which exam. And already I was caught up on time. The exams were moderated. Now it's printing, processing, and let me tell you, I had to set 3 other exams. The exams are still under password. They were never opened up to now. So if there is a hacker here who can help me, that was about 5 or 6 years ago, 7. Yeah, now I'm better off. I wish I had known what I've had today. I would have known where to go. And I did not want to go to Molly because he would have wondered, how can a whole doctor not know how to use his passwords properly? Now I know from Professor George that I'm an expert in my own area, so I leave the experts to do their own expertise. So I want to invite Professor George Okeo here, and to do the appreciation, I want to invite the chairman, CyberPro, Mr. Noah. He's already gone to Israel. Come back to Kenya. So you'll do us the honors of presenting this award. Where is the cameraman? No. So you will present this to appreciate. Yes. Let's appreciate our speaker. The second person we want to appreciate is Mr. Haida. Karibu sana. If you don't know, our collaboration with Dell is as old as ICT is in Daystar. They did our first new computers. They did our very first new computers. They actually took us online. They did our first email kind of stuff here. So we really want to appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming back. Yes, are we ready to go to Israel now? Are we ready? We could have another speaker. Speak about, okay, I see Mr. Ogore, you know, he's just about to get his PhD in AI. He's driven.
So I think because of time, as we wait for the next speaker, we need to maximize on time. So we had another speaker online. So I would want to invite, is he ready? Okay. No, we have Molly, he could. So we could invite, yes, we could invite, two. Okay. Yes, perfect. So with the advice of the Dean, the industry best practice, I think we can get, okay. Thank you. I'm well advised, so I surrender to the advice. Yeah, but your food is ready, so please try to encourage your body. Please welcome. Yes. Just briefly, as we wait for the signal to come in.
I'm back again. Thank you. Okay, so let's make it a bit more interactive. I just wanted to ask you guys, have you ever been compromised on any mobile phone app or those M-Pesa messages where you say, oh, I've sent you something by mistake. Can you send me back? All of you guys? Oh, wow. See, there you go. The threat actors are very active. Are we? Are we responding? I want to give you a personal example. There was a time, remember 1.5 years ago, when all our telco companies, they were telling us to go and update your ID? You remember when we have to do those Airtel and Safaricom lines to do an update? You know, there was a scam going on during that time. Small shops which were in the rural area, they still have access to all the data of users. You know that, right? So they were selling their data, and people are calling you with your actual ID, your first and last name, your date of birth, and now they're asking you that we are sending you a prompt, and that is most probably your Gmail account prompt. And they want you to touch that number 17 or 27 or something like that. It happened to me, and actually to my wife as well. And they were just trying to hack my wife's email, because you know that social media is a bit of menace. Most of us guys, now our new generation is very learned. They have put all fake IDs, fake information. Sometimes they also use it to, you know, pick on to their friends. But actually that's a good idea. Make a fake profile on social media. Never post your original data ever. Never show your date of birth. Never show your registered number which you have on your bank or your M-Pesa. Never share your email address, which is by any chance connected to any of your financial accounts. These 3 things. Always refrain from that, because this is actually the base point of social engineering. If they come to know your phone number, they come to know your email address and your date of birth, and your name is already there. So I want to ask you guys one thing. Whenever you call one of your banks to do any changes, what are the criteria to verify you? What do they ask you? Please tell me your full name. Then, what is your registered email address? And what's your registered phone number? Right? And what are the last 3 transactions you have done? Right? You want to say something?
Some people usually insist and say, why are you faking? Just give us you. I'm like, oh.
Okay, do you really need somebody on social media to verify you? You don't need anybody. This is social engineering, trust me. I remember, you know this guy who has recently done Spider-Man, what is him? Tom, what? Holland? Holland something, what is the name? Tom Holland. So he was doing an interview. He say, if you have a problem with me, you call me. And if you don't have my number, you don't know me enough to have a problem with me. You get me? So means if somebody knows you, will call you. It does not require verification. Right? And if somebody is trying to verify your information, means they are sneaking into your personal life. So this is actually part of the training we deliver. We train you against social engineering. We tell you how to manage your phones, your personal devices, on corporate networks, on official networks, on private networks. This is something we train about. Okay? And then the good part is that these trainings are not imposed trainings. These are self-paced trainings. We can just send you a link in your email. You just, whenever you have time, you go through it. But you have a timeline to complete that mandate of trainings. Okay? So we have both physical and electronic delivery system, whereby you can do it from the leisure of your personal devices, or you can still come to the university and we can do a whole classroom session for you guys. We do deliver trainings like that because most of corporates, because people can be really good at maybe same thing which our dean was saying, that you can be good at many things, but you cannot be good at everything, right? There's still some areas where experts can give you maybe 1 or 2 pointers which can actually help you guys to be more vigilant towards your own data, to be more vigilant about the data you handle of others. And as we have a data privacy law in place, as of February this year, don't mess around, please. Because if you are caught with someone's data and somebody complains, there is very, very strict punishment for that. Okay? So we have to be very, very vigilant. And also part of our training delivery is also letting you know about the local governing laws as well. So you don't caught by surprise, and then by the time somebody's standing at your doorstep and you say, bro, I don't know what happened, right? Then that cannot be an excuse. So these are some of the things we always deliver. Plus, look out. Okay, I want to ask one more thing. How many of you guys have a LinkedIn profile right now? You have? You have? Okay, so a lot of people. LinkedIn is still the #1 resource when it comes to information. Okay? Socializing, you can have maybe 100 other platforms. When it comes to technology-related information, because this platform is still managed and governed by professionals. I personally post a lot of stuff, help a lot of people, even give professional advices. Some people send me an email and they ask me, okay, I'm preparing for such a job. What is your opinion? Can you please guide me? I've done this kind of stuff many times. I also do public speaking the way I'm doing right now. Sometimes do motivate people, guide people what to do. Because see, my experience, I've been in industry for the last 25 years. So there's a lot which we can share with each other, and it can actually guide our new generation. Like, they can ask any question, and you'll still not surprise me, because I've seen a lot. I've been there, done it. You know that saying, right? Been there, done it. Same thing I do with my kids as well. I sit with them, I discuss with them, I ask them, and I guide them. Because guidance cannot be done without asking, right? I cannot do a one-sided guidance. It will not work, right? Even in our holy books, there is a two-way communication, right? We have some orders and some responses. So it's always a two-way communication. So ask and recommend. So if you need anything to know about current industries, what is happening in tech industry, what is happening in social industry, how people are progressing, how people are making money, these things we can always set up a panel and we can have a discussion. And CyberPro is happy to guide you guys across your education period and also your professional life when you are ready to enter. We'll be there to guide you. Guys, that's enough for today. I think, I'm feeling hot now. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are waiting for the Dr. Leo Tabansky, once he checks in. So we are waiting for you, Prof. He's going to give us a talk on interdisciplinary look at cybersecurity, challenges and strategy for government and academic sectors. So I hope he's checked in so that he's in. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Prof.
Hello, thank you. I can't see you, but I hope you can see me. Oh, now I can see myself on the screen. Okay. Thank you for having me. It's very interesting to be remotely there. I would like to take a bit more high-level and strategic outlook about the whole area. And perhaps if the host will enable me, I will share some slides. Now, what I want to talk about in the time that I have. First, we are on the early days of the artificial intelligence age. There will be a lot of new opportunities, and there is a lot of expectations about artificial intelligence. But I will argue that artificial intelligence is not and cannot be a solution for the cybersecurity problems that we in the world are facing for the last few decades. Now, the main reason for that, for the problems with cybersecurity, is what the states are not doing. States have failed to protect their citizens in cyber. Some are doing better than others. Here, of course, the problem is big, and it's only going to be more complicated overall with artificial intelligence adoption. Now, to reach the benefits of digitalization, societies and states must do better. And I will touch upon a few points. After all of this talk about this, there is a bright side. The bright side is that latecomer advantage is real. We know and see that on the one hand, there is a great development throughout the world, but it's not even. Still, most of the economic benefit is concentrated in a few companies. Nevertheless, we see and have seen that the different organizations and states worldwide are able to reap great benefits from adopting the general technologies that have been developed, adding and innovating in some aspects, and reaping a great benefits. So that's the bright side, and that's why there is a lot of justified excitement about the near future and the impact, the positive impact of both the digital and the new aspects of our life, from healthcare, agriculture, utilities, education, you name it. All of these things can and will be possible to disrupt and improve on a great scale, despite the risk. I will begin with again going about artificial intelligence. If you are following the stock market, for example, and the shares of NVIDIA and others are through the roof, on the one hand it shows about the excitement of about artificial intelligence. On the other side, on the other hand, it is a reminder that these new things are going to run entirely dependent on the old things that you have. Let's put it in a simplistic way, the internet and the software stack and the hardware stack that are there, that have been there for overall for quite a few decades, that are inherently insecure for various reasons. All of this not only is not going away, it is the foundation on which artificial intelligence will run. It will also interact with the things that we have and have been doing. So the hope or the fantasy that somehow artificial intelligence is going to entirely resolve the problems that we are having in security of the digital sphere. And even worse for some, make our jobs unnecessary. That's not going to happen. So that is quite certain, in my opinion. So from this nutshell explanation of artificial intelligence, if you look at it, you see all of these things seem fairly new, and none of these mention the boring part, the hardware and the software that you need to execute deep learning or machine learning or whatever applications you are doing. And this, let's say, hidden set, or let's say obvious that it's there, it's not going to change just because you have thought about a new application, a new way to exploit it. It's going to be there, and it's going to continue to be deeply insecure. So to demonstrate the empirical thing that we've seen in the last couple of decades about cyber insecurity, let's move to the next section. Next section. Okay. This is a declassified American research from 1970, which is what 54 years ago. It's among the first known scientific engineering work that describes security controls for computer systems. That's the name of the research. If you look at this drawing and just think about it, within 5-10 minutes you will be able to recognize all of these vulnerabilities exist today in any computing system that we have. Most of them have new names, fancier names, more exact names, but the foundations are there. So crosstalk and radiation from processors would be perhaps called side channel attack. Fake linkman is obviously an insider threat or privilege escalation or privileged account management. User report identity is entirely clear and persistent problem, and so on. So despite the attempts by different vendors to tell how their categories and problems are new, it's only partially right. The foundations are there, the foundations have been at least identified, of course not resolved. Because like anything else, in important things in life, you cannot really resolve. You can manage to mitigate some of them. So in international conflict, which is the most dangerous part of human societies and what people do, we already have seen quite a few interesting implications of how states go about exploiting these vulnerabilities across the entire spectrum of power, from the obvious ones, using force to make someone stop doing what they're otherwise would be doing, to what is called soft power, the power of attraction, and the power of persuasion. Of course, in a benign or more benign use of huge economy has been developed. Facebook and Google are advertisement companies deriving pretty much all of their revenue from the ability to target and embed and sell advertisements in a quite effective way compared to the previous way. In the hard power, there have been the cases that I'll come to that later. The less exposed part is the influence part. For some consider it as a significant threat. This is changing somewhat recently, but still it's a different perspective on cybersecurity. You will not find the content discussions featuring in cybersecurity matters. On the hard power part, things like industrial control systems, like these quite interesting Soviet production plants, these things have been already exploited. Less than 10 years ago, in 2015, in winter, the Russians, most likely it was Russians, they were able to breach several electricity distribution companies throughout Ukraine, and in a combined operation to turn off, to break down the electricity grid, not merely doing things like on the data side or on the internet side, but actually solving remotely industrial control systems entirely, and as a result of that you can, not only in theory but in practice, you can exploit these vulnerabilities, as been demonstrated in this case, perhaps a few hours, few other cases, and this is the most, let's say, prominent concern in the area of critical infrastructure protection in Western Republic. The risk that unintended failures will cause dramatic effects to vital services, but also the threat that adversaries would be able to pull something like this through, causing significant pain to society, but without the threat of direct escalation to direct confrontation. The current theory of victory is quite straightforward. How do states deal with the potential threat? The state builds and fund organizations to understand what the adversaries are trying to do, to prepare and to detect these facilities as soon as possible. And if this is happening, then the next stage is bringing the armed forces to fight, to deny the enemy from reaching the home. This is, of course, not an easy thing to do, but at least in principle it's working. You can see the dominance of United States America with its military and its allies in the last decade. There is no wish from any state to engage into something that will trigger a direct response. However, this approach, which is straightforward and logical throughout history, is simply failed in cybersecurity. There are simply no state-grade defenders in cyber. Ask yourself who is supposed to protect the, let's say, the banking system in the United States, in New York, from foreign state-sponsored hackers. There will be a lot of military agencies saying that they are helping to protect or to defend. None of them really has the responsibility. None of them really does this defense in practice. It all boils down to the commercial sector, to the people that the banks themselves are supposed to hire, and to the contractors they are supposed to bring to the table. And we are talking here about the banking sector, which is obviously highly regulated and a great target for all sorts of threat actors. If you look at the spread of ransomware throughout the public sector in the United States, entire cities, hospital systems, education systems have been targeted, have been brought down for weeks and months in some cases. This is simply impossible to comprehend in a non-cyber way. This would mean that you will need to send actual troops to the territory somewhere deep in the North American continent and cause this type of damage. From the fact that it is happening in cyber, happening not only in the United States, but increasingly throughout the world for, in principle, the similar reasons, financial motivation and political motivation combined, it's a demonstration that the state-grade defenders are simply failing. In many places they don't try very enough. In some other places there are some attempts to change the way that national security establishment is working and leverage the potential to increase the security of the society. But that overall situation is way worse than it is in any other domain, than it is in air, land, sea, or space. Moreover, one of the advantages, the main advantages of cyber is that it does not depend on geography. So this is why, for example, North Korea was able in 2014 to not only complain and protest about American studio Sony Pictures producing a comedy, how some American entertainer attempts to assassinate the leader of North Korea. It's supposed to be a comedy. They were not able not only to protest, but actually breach the company in California, leak their data, publish their data, demand all sorts of demands to stop circulating the movie, threatening personally 3,000 American employees in California, and so on, until the studio decided not to release the movie. So this was just one of the examples how the balance of power is changing, and this lack of state-grade security is having dramatic implications for the balance of power in the world and for the confidence of citizens in how this whole new innovation is going to be both good for them and bad for them. And I leave aside the personal implications. I only focus on the high state level. So this means, if you agree with me, that the state of security, economic security, societal security, national defense should be improved, this means that the state must do much more and in different ways to innovate in ways they can secure themselves, both from a defensive perspective, but also from a offensive perspective. Meaning that in any other aspect of international competition, there are at least potential ways for states to develop competitive advantages and engage in international trade, and this way improve and bring more prosperity to the society, to the people that they are supposed to serve, and so on. So, for example, if you look at the opportunity side, pretty much every national cybersecurity strategy published in the past 10, 15 years states that there is also a opportunity side to the cybersecurity. with another. Again, if we take, for example, the leading conferences such as RSA in San Francisco, and you see where the vendors are coming from, you see that the United States is obviously the top player, but the second one is Israel, which is very surprising for us, but also for people somewhere else. This is an example of a way in which competitive advantage can be developed in other areas of economy, in other areas of, let's say, national specialization in some areas. There are many historical examples, but also now deliberate attempts, strategies, and investments that identify few or even one potential director to leverage these new opportunities in order to gain social and economic benefits from providing better quality services to citizens, to gaining international market presence and gaining the benefits of trade. We are still in the early stage of this development of ways in which entire regions, states, societies, sections can take some risk, but stand to gain tremendous advantage. Throughout recent modern history, we see many examples of states that have been benefiting because of serious work and serious investment on the national level from the application of new scientific and technological development to deal with serious problems that we are having. So one obvious area would be to develop more effective defense, more effective security mechanisms. Another area would be to a more radical innovation, to maintain and test applications that do not require reliance of in-situ parts and therefore will require much less investment in patches, in add-ons to defend and secure whatever it is the process that you are doing. We see examples of small states that have been able to create tremendous advantages. Speaking from Israel, I can tell you one thing, that Israel 30 years ago was about half of rich and about much more resembling a mid-20th century state than it is today. If you go elsewhere, you can see the examples of countries in the Gulf, from the United Emirates to Saudi Arabia, that are deliberately trying to move away from their dependence on oil exports and invest in entirely new, for them, entirely new areas of economy, and it works for them. We can argue about the efficiency, but it's a long process, and we see that Dubai, for example, has become a global financial services sector. It's not because they have good weather or nature or something like this, it's because of deliberate investment in infrastructure and including physical infrastructure, but also things like law enforcement and security and safety and trading arrangements and taxes and so on. If you look at more, let's say, tangible and tasty things such as agriculture, a small country of the Netherlands, Holland, is somehow one of the biggest global exporters of food. This too is because of investment in different types of technology which already existed and adapted it to generate competitive advantage. sum up, what I'm trying to say is this. The problem with security in cyberspace is not going to go away. To really improve the situation, you need obviously the basics, the right implementation of available technology, and this requires a lot of working hands. But on a more strategic level, you need to make much more bold effort on a national level, make the state play a better role in providing security on the one hand, but also investing in places such as research and development, such as education, and human capital. This is typically the role of the university. In order to do the things that the market cannot do, in order to provide public goods, to develop human capital, to develop the mind and professionals will be able to get some leverage and to make use of the tremendous opportunities that are appearing in the knowledge economy worldwide, eventually creating entirely new market niches and unlocking new demand worldwide, triggering very beneficial movement of economic benefits. So to sum up, the future is actually quite bright, and the late summer advantage is real. You don't have to be the one that creates the innovation. Most of the success is being reached historically by people and organizations and nations who are proven to be creative and successful in adopting the existing general technologies, leveraging them for their needs, leveraging their competitive advantages that they already have, and generating a much better life standard and future for their entire society. So I think that you are in the right place, in the right field there, and I hope that there will be, during the next year, you will be able to experience some of these benefits yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, we have questions. I've just posted one question. Before we continue, I just want to tell you, Dr. Lior is the head of Blatnovich, which is one of the wing of Tel Aviv University, and in charge of, they deliver to the world the Cyber Week and many other AI Week also, which is annual events which happen at the University of Tel Aviv. And he's a major speaker in the world, especially in the issues of cyber and war. And I want to ask him just one question, if you can hear me. You talked about a competitive advantage, and you talked about offensive technologies. And my question is, what do you mean by offensive security in relation to defense solutions and opportunity? Number two, is there a competitive advantage in offensive security? And in Africa, it's different. You never let your enemy, you never go to fight your enemy until your enemy fights you. Our case is different, according to what you said. Do we use our cybersecurity technology advantage against our enemies unless we are protecting our markets and stuff like that? When do we start, and where do we get the advantage? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So indeed we, in the University, we have a cyber research center established in 2014. As one of the results of that strategy is to develop civilian cybersecurity for both security processes and exploring the commercial advantages, societal advantages. Now, when we talk about defense usually consists things that people would like to call offenses. Yeah? So defense rarely sits on the border and waits for the enemy to come. Defense is trying to figure out what others are doing and when necessary to change their intent or capabilities or something like this. It's the same thing happens, of course, in economy and trade. There is the whole area of, let's say, commercial and business intelligence. So the line between offensive and defensive is the artificial one. It's a matter for a lot of obviously legal work and pseudo-legal debate. However, in order to be good in defense, you have to understand how offense works, and there is no better way to understand how offense works other than do it yourself. Also telling this. Now, from a commercial perspective, there is let's say, a market failure in providing offensive security tools. They don't scale well, yes. Hence, commercial investors don't want to invest in them. And there is a lot of friction, political friction with global power. There's another reason that commercial investments do not easily make themselves available for things that are, let's put it sensitive, right? How to hack someone's phone or how to hack someone else's machine. So that's why there is a sort of opportunity here. There is not a lot of tension, there is not a lot of competition. So therefore, in theory, there is a room for small, young, hungry, and thinking outside the box players to step in and to generate something valuable that will then attract investments after it becomes clear that it's a necessary thing.
Thank you. Now, for us who are here, I would just want to give you a preview of our discussions with Professor Lior, Dr. Lior. We already established a cyber research center at the University of Nairobi, and part of it is for training and part of it is for postgraduate students and PhD and people who want to do research on cybersecurity. We are adopting much of what Professor Dr. Lior is doing at Tel Aviv University, and we want to encourage students from Daystar. There is opportunity for exchange students at the Tel Aviv University, and this is the guy in charge of that, and we hold him responsible for us to get a better fee, better living while we are in Israel for our students from Kenya, and I think that's the best thing we can get. For exchange students, especially in cyber, in technology, in high-tech industries, exchange levels, this is the guy in charge of it. And I encourage you, those who are here, the hackers who are here, are the guys who want to pursue cyber as an opportunity and as a workforce development. This is the guy to talk to. So what do you want to tell him? Thank you, Dr. Lior. See you on 22nd. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Can we appreciate the presenter again? So I think we are proceeding for lunch. We are now proceeding for lunch. If you do not have a meal card, there is a registration desk there. Please get one for lunch. And number two, our guests will have lunch on the 7th floor. There is a 7th floor. There is just a lift. on this side, and there's one on the other side. But we recommend this one. So on the 7th floor, please, all the guests, I think we'll have one of us to direct them. So if you don't have a meal card, please get one. And then, please, we only have 25 minutes maximum. That's okay? 25 minutes. So exactly, what is the time now? 2:45. 2:45, that means plus 25, that's 3:10. 3:10. So by exactly 3:10, please come. Let's have the final session. Have the final sessions. We'll have a panel discussion. We'll have a data protection and healthcare. Julius Muli, such a wonderful speaker. I do not want you to miss the discussion and Muli. And then we have industry best practices, and then we'll have reflections, and we'll close the day. Please come and invite somebody. Thank you. In Daystar, we always pray for lunch, so I'd want to invite somebody to pray for it. Yes, Vanessa, you smiled. That's the cost of, so pray for the lunch. Yeah, that's the cost of smiling. She's my student.
Okay, praise God. Let's believe as we pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you for today. Thank you for the sessions that we've had, oh God, and even as we go to refresh our bodies with the provision that you've provided, we pray that it shall be a blessing unto our bodies, King of glory, that before we take it, may you bless it. In the mighty name of Jesus, I do trust, believe, and pray. Amen.
So if you don't have a meal card, please go to the registration desk. The rest of us, please head for lunch, and then our guests, please, we'll be able to take you to the 7th floor. Thank you. Exactly at 3:10, please be available.
And I know most of the students who are here and most of the techies who are here, they know the value of data. The value of data. Recently, from where I sit, we have been having a lot of data breaches, not specific within organizations, but cutting across the board. And with the increase and the change, rapid change in technology, you find that it's a wake-up call for all of us to see how we can safeguard data, not only within the healthcare system, but in various disciplines. Now, when we talk of data protection within the healthcare system, and why the healthcare system, health data is one of the most sought data by the cyber attacks. There's value in data, and once you get the patient data, it is something that I can say is valuable in one sense. Not that any other information outside there is not valuable, but assume at one instance you walk into a facility. Then immediately you leave that facility, you find your data online. Mr. Ida, you leave your house, you don't even tell your spouse that I'm passing fire, this particular hospital. You go and treat yourself. You don't want the results, not even the person giving you the results. You don't even believe the person can see your results. But immediately you leave that particular place, the data is online. That has been one of the most difficult things that we have been doing. Data protection, and especially in the healthcare. And thanks to the government that right now we have the Data Protection Act that we are also going to mention. In the recent past, we had serious cyber attacks specifically within the healthcare sector. And one of those attacks, there's a serious attack sometimes back, was it in let me see whether I can, should have been in 2017. There was this ransomware, if you understand the word ransomware. It was a serious attack called ransomware. Maybe who can remember that serious ransomware that we had in 2017 that brought almost all the industries down? What was the name of that ransomware? I see whether guys are alert, whether guys normally, don't Google. There was an attack called the WannaCry. Now I can see guys nodding their heads. This attack, specifically within the healthcare sector, brought a lot of damage on data, patients' data. And the attack has been particularly, if I can remember very well, pioneered through the US, and the impact was felt in the United Kingdom. And it infected more than 300,000 computers across 150 countries, and it moved within a duration of like 2 days, and the damage was massive. Now, how do we ensure that this information does not leave the organization? Data protection. How do we ensure that information does not leave that particular organization? Here, when I came in here, one of the things that I got through my phone, that there's a network called EduRoam, which is at high risk for me to connect. I still have that. I still have that messenger, and I can. I still talk about, because we are talking about data security, it's good upon Just a minute, I read that alert message. Your connection to Wi-Fi hotspot is not encrypted. Your data can easily be accessed by any receiving device. Kindly keep off from this network. That is the network we have here. It's not that it is not encrypted. I did a bit of research about the network, but it's because there is a slight data breach that it's trying to sense. Now, when you check on most of the facilities across the country, they are vulnerable of data breach. And from where I sit, we have been having a lot of issues. We can't stand and say that patients that are very secure. No, they are not very secure. Not at all. I know I protect the data for most of the Kenyan citizens because we are the custodian, and I can tell you that the data that we normally get is not that secure. Our facility sitting maybe in Bondo, where the technology is not that advanced. How do they transmit the information? How do they collect data from the patients? Those are the critical areas that we need to start thinking about. You walk into a facility, they ask you, they give you a form with many questions, even other details which are not related to why you are here, why you are there. They can even ask you to fill in your NSSF number, which is not a requirement when you're in a facility. What happens to that information once you leave the facility? Where does it go? How is it transmitted from one facility to the other facility? Those are the third point worries of how your data can easily be brought to vulnerability. And nowadays, with the introduction, I know most of the speakers have talked about AI and the rest. When things have changed, we cannot run away from how technology is moving. It's true. There's what we normally call the guys who don't sleep when you are sleeping. And they are there to try and see how they can siphon information from you. And that is their daily work. And with the introduction of the AI nowadays, you find yourself that you are at risk of anything. If you have gone to an extent whereby the robotics that we have can treat you, can drive vehicles along the busy streets without intervention of a human being, then how secure are we when we connect and share our information online? But how do we safeguard this information, and especially the patient's data, which is very critical? There are some countries like US and UK, I believe, who have come up with framework for ensuring that at least data for citizens is well protected. In the US, there is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, that has been used in the United States for many, many, many years. And it controls how data is being transmitted, how data is being shared, how data is being collected, and especially the health data. Then when you go to the Europe, we have the GDPR. Now, what happens in our country back in Kenya? Do we have such frameworks to protect patients' data? Any idea? Unless we don't reside here. Anybody who resides within this country? The way guys are busy here, Dr. Kiaria, and silent is even to answer whether they reside in this country. You reside in this country. We don't have particular frameworks, but what we have as a country, we have what we normally call the Data Act. And I think we have some 2 or 3 acts which now we are following to regulate us to ensure that at least we can come out from a mess when it occurs. I'm trying to see whether I can remember them. We have like 2, 3 acts. Yes. In Kenya, when safeguarding data, there are 3 or more so governance laws and the regulations that has been put in place to ensure that data is highly protected, and that's why we are where we are. And anybody trying to access or misuse your data online or physically, wherever you get the information, there are some mechanisms that have been put in place to ensure they are put into order. We have the Data Protection Act of 2019, which was established by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and it learns the principles of data processing, including the consent that you have to get for you to access information regarding to another person. Then we have the Health Act. This Health Act, from where I sit, we have used it several times. We normally reference to this Health Act for 2017. The Kenya National e-health policy. Since data can be moved, all health data can be moved from one destination to another destination, even within the same premises. Which channels can be identified to be secure for moving of this information? How sure are we that when we are transmitting data from one location to the other location, no traces are being left? For instance, and I go back again, when you go to a receptionist, maybe in a hospital, they'll ask you for some details, they keep the details there, and maybe that facility is not that advanced in terms of technology infrastructure-wise. Then one day, something happens and the machine crashes. Somebody like John comes, picks the machine, and takes it to River Road, or the River Roads of those sites. Remember, the machine is the server, is the central repository, it's everything. What happens with the guy who goes to repair the machines? The first thing the guy to do is make a copy of what resides within that particular machine. Now, once that copy is done, how sure are you that person has no access to the information inside there? That's a fight that is happening in this country, and actually not even in this country alone, in the developing countries. From where I work, we were almost a victim of, I can call it that kind of carelessness. Just go, get into the machines, do support services. You find the person who does not belong to the organization has already entered inside. Yes, you can log into the machines, but how far can you go? Nowadays, you cannot tell somebody, how far can you go? If you open the first gate to your homestead and you lock the other rooms, can you still stand and say, how far can I go? There are many panya routes I can use, and you find myself in the sitting room, isn't it? That's exactly what happens. You give somebody a small or a weakness to get to your environment, and you find that information has already left your premises. So, how do we safeguard the healthcare data in this country and beyond? First, there are some key principles that you must be having throughout as far as data is concerned. Confidentiality should not be brought down about that particular data. Only authorized access or individuals should access that particular information. Then we have the integrity. Remember, we are talking about security of data. Not only healthcare data, but data is valuable. That's what I started by saying. And when you do a bit of research, you'll find that the kind of exchange in terms of, if your data has been taken over, maybe through a ransomware, or whichever kind of an attack, or DDoS, denial of service, then you cannot access that particular information. What happens for you to get that data back? What happens? You part with quite millions of US dollars in terms of Bitcoins. It happened to one of the institutions in the country. I don't want to mention, but they really parted with quite good amount of money just to ensure that they can get back the information. So, integrity, how sure am I before even we get there? The information, the money I've paid for me to receive the data from the person who had held my data accountable, that it will come back to me as it was before. Availability. You go to an hospital, then the doctor wants to know where we left last time, just to continue giving you the treatment. Then you find that the data is not available. What happens? You'll start from scratch, or you try to reason out. You know, last time you gave me this medication, today you have to continue from here, things of that sort, because the data is not there. So data must be made available at all circumstances with a lot of integrity, confidentiality, and accountability. People concerned with that kind of information. Now, why healthcare is a leading target for cyber criminals? One, I started by saying health data is very valuable, very costly, and everybody is looking for that information to have it. I don't want to use the word hackers, because that's a layman language of talking about hackers. They are better smart people, like the AI, who is not a human being, and working tirelessly across the board. When you guys were sleeping, the guy is busy trying to see how best can they get that kind of information. And one of the most highly targeted data is the healthcare data. One, because of what the principles I've just said before, they know very well, once we attack this kind of information, the institution or that particular organization must do whatever it requires to have data back. You hit an institution like this, for instance, Daystar. Can you pay $100 million to get the information? Sometimes you may say no. If it was exam, you come to talk with the students, we do another exam. We repeat the exam rather than paying that amount. But a cancer patient, we even don't know how the historical of administering the medication has been going on. Then you just tell this person, or let's talk about the bank account. We don't know the historical information about this particular person, then the data is not there. So, cyber criminals target these particular areas whereby they know once they hit the institution and the availability of this data is not there, at least there must be done something for this data to be sort of. And that's why healthcare is one of the crucial areas for cyber criminals. The focus on healthcare by cyber criminals may be influenced by different factors. And some of these factors is, somebody talked about Internet of Things. But there's also another term, Internet of Medical Things. You can go and research on Internet of Medical Things. Health organizations are increasingly reliant on networking devices. You walk into an hospital, then you wonder, your information is being sought, you don't know whether you are using biometrics, a small gadget before you enter to the facility has already captured your information. You get in, maybe a camera passing by has gotten your information. Then you go to maybe the first, I can't remember how they segment the procedures in a facility. Then you find yourself small gadgets and just taking your information. Then at the end of the day, they integrate and put the information together. Those devices are targets of cyber criminals. And that's why we need to invest more on ensuring that not only when we talk of Internet of Things, we also talk about Internet of Medical Things, because this word things is becoming so common when you go to the facility. You want to utilize your mobile phone to behave as if it is the server. You don't know whether it is hosted on-prem. You don't know whether it is hosted in the cloud. It is the same gadget you are using to communicate, Internet of Medical Things, which needs to be highly secured. Then we have what we normally call critical infrastructure. If most of the institutions that we have, they have not put a lot of efforts in ensuring that the infrastructure that they have, it's secure. Forget about even the infrastructure being secure. Is the infrastructure there to start off? It isn't there. Now, talk about collecting of data, storing of this data, transmitting of this data, and also utilizing of this information. Where do you store medical information? For instance, infrastructure comes first. Are we hosting our information within the facility? Or are we trusting what we normally call the cloud solutions? Who understands what a cloud solution is? Any student here doing computing and the rest? What is cloud? Any trial? Anyway, cloud is what you are doing right now, even as you are trying to think what you are trying to do. What you are doing is cloud business. When you get your gadget, maybe your laptop, you want to go online, you want to fetch some information, maybe from the internet, you tend to believe the internet more than you believe the people who talk next to you, isn't it? Because you think the internet will not lie to you, but you think I will lie to you. So you tend to trust that information more than you trust me. So once you trust that information more than you can trust your fellow human being, what happens? You start answering, giving information. You share your information until you share yourself to the internet. Now, where does that information you are sharing going? You have no idea. You have no idea. So it will be much more better if you could have shared the information with a physical human being so that you know where the information is ending to. All the information we collect within our institutions of healthcare, most of them lack ways and means of how we store them, how we transmit them, and that becomes is a target for criminals, for cyber, once they understand that there are no mechanisms that has been put across to safeguard either data that has been collected within the premise and data that has been collected and stored at the either personal, private clouds or public clouds. Now, sensitivity of this information. Health organizations have access to a wide range of sensitive data, and the This data includes the patient's information, and this, what we are talking about, we need to have the right mechanisms of ensuring that we safeguard information. To summarize, always work hard towards securing what you know and what you don't know. Give less, and especially any information regarding yourself to the other party. Give only the necessary required information. It's always good to know how your information, how your data is being utilized by the other party. So I can see Dr. Gore is trying to tell me the time is up. I want to pause at that particular point. Then if we get more time, we can still discuss more. Thank you.
How did you get this nice job? Okay. Yeah? Oh, he hacked. Yeah, let's appreciate him again. Yeah, he's a very diligent, very diligent man, and we've worked with him. Very generous, very supportive, and we appreciate you. So we are. Can you show this my presentation, just to help us? There is in research we have the research onion, and in AI this guides my course outline. I try to use it when I'm teaching AI. Yeah. So you see where AI is. So if you look at that particular diagram, AI is actually at the top. It's the first, it's the introduction part, because it's the general, it's the umbrella term that is used for basic AI applications. And I have another question, is AI emulating human beings alone? Now with the current trends, we have drones that look like insects, that look like mosquitoes. So we need to review the definition. You get it, eh? So because it biases itself to human, but we know AI, you're able to emulate a dog. It's able to, a lot of, so anyway. So the second part is machine learning. So the outer layer is AI, which is the general umbrella that covers all the components. The second level, we have what you call machine learning, which is more of predictive analytics. And then after that is what you used to call artificial neural networks. That's neural networks. But now the current trend is we are talking about large language models, where we are now having the ChatGPT and those models. I think that model is by Google, and the rest of them that are that can work on enormous data sets. So that picture gives us, not just so that when we are discussing, it's easy to now know what are we talking about. Because machine learning is a subset of AI, and deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and LLM is a subset of DL, deep learning, what you call neural networks, which is a biological neural networks. It emulated a biological neural network model. The next one, it complicates further. You can get it on Google. The next slide, please, a little bit. Lunge is working. Okay. Next, yeah. So this is a very good image that helps you picture AI and how it evolves. So when we talk about ChatGPT, we are not talking about AI. We are talking about LLM. Is that okay? Because AI is the umbrella, it's the wider picture. Then we go down as we go into the inner parts of the onion, and that is so. That's what I wanted to tell us. Yes, that is another complicated one. So it gives you the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, the deep neural networks, which brings us to deep learning, and generative AI is actually a subset of deep learning. So that model gives it a clear picture in terms of where we really position ChatGPT, because we just think ChatGPT is for AI, but it's really a subset of AI. Okay, having said that, Muli, thank you for that. We need to discuss deeper. I think that's a good research area, Daktari, Professor, especially health records. They are very important. So we are coming to a juncture whereby we need to have some panel discussions. We want to have some panel discussions. If you could get some chairs, if you can get some few chairs, if you can get some few chairs, around 4 or 5 chairs, if you can get them. And we want to discuss on AI and machine learning in cybersecurity education and health in terms of opportunities and what are the existing challenges that bedevil this particular area. I'll panel the discussion, but we have Professor George Okeo. Is he still around? Professor George Okeo? Anyone? Harriet, you can help us. Okay, so Harriet will step in. Number 2, we have Muli will come in for George Kimathi. So dear friend will come in. Then we have Victor Murithi. Do we have Victor Murithi? Victor Murithi. And then lastly we'll have Miss Faith Mburu. Miss Faith Mburu. So I want to invite them. Harriet. Julius Muli. And because we need a lot on cybersecurity, I would want Haider Chaudhry. Please come and spice up the discussion just to help us, especially from the cybersecurity perspective. And so we have a lot to discuss on okay, we are waiting. Let's appreciate Harriet. Okay, she's coming. There's a lot to discuss, but so our discussion is around AI, machine learning, which is a subset of AI, cybersecurity,
Hi, good afternoon, guys. As you guys know, my name is Haider Chaudhry. I work with CyberPro, and I take care of cybersecurity, alliances, academia, knowledge transfer. So there's quite a bit. So this would be my area where you can ask questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Julius Muli. I initially introduced myself work for NHIF. My core area of specialization is networks, infrastructure, security, and others. But within ICT, that's all what I know.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Harriet Ratemo, and I'm a lecturer in Daystar Department of Computer Science, and I teach in the areas of cybersecurity, cryptography, and database management systems.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faith Mburu. I'm in health. Specifically, I'm a biologist or biomedical scientist. So I speak the language of healthcare, disease control, infectious diseases. So I see someone there who's also in the same sector with me. So yes, that's me. Thank you.
Oh, I think the discussion here we are centering around, we center around cybersecurity, AI. Let's put it at maybe for those who are beginners in the field of AI. Let's just call it AI so that we don't complicate it with machine learning. I would want to get reactions on how we can harness the power of AI or the power of AI and machine learning, especially in threat intelligence, because we talk about automation, system immunity, and some of these things that are there in terms of just in case an incident happens, how are organizations able to prepare themselves for an automatic comeback? So how can AI, from your standpoint as an expert in that area, how can we utilize the full power of AI in terms of preparing for institutional or company resilience, in terms of networks and the rest?
It's a very vast topic, so it can be covered into like some words or maybe some explanations. I just want to give you guys like a high-end overview just for people to understand how this whole thing works. Practically in every organization, some kind of AI and machine learning is already working. So for example, some banks, they have some kind of SIEM solution in place which just collects logs from all the endpoints and then put them at one place and shows some kind of analytics, okay? Then you have some endpoint solutions or maybe some firewalls. They are also giving you some kind of information, right? So the problem, it's not even a problem. The situation which we should address, we should have implemented some sort of automation through AI so that the analysis can be done at a macro level. Because you know what happens? These devices, they can generate like thousands and thousands of logs per minute. Like big organization like Daystar, your firewall just check logs. There'll be like 10, 20,000 logs coming in like a second, right? So who would know which log or alert is critical on which you have to do some kind of response, or which kind of alert should ring an alarm and then maybe you have to activate some defense mechanism. So where AI can help is that AI modules can collect all the data and they will bifurcate it and tier it as per the critical nature of an alert or a situation in any organization. That's where, and then the good part is that, like Mr. Moli earlier said, the AI modules and AI frameworks, they work tirelessly. They work 24/7, right? So at least even to have a secondary operation done by a human, they still need to have like a more a critical or maybe precise alert. That, for example, your firewall, somebody was trying to breach your firewall at midnight. Maybe it was midday in US, right? A 12-hour or 10-hour difference. And these are the IP addresses which were trying to breach your primary firewall. So now our IT experts can see that AI report and then can implement that policy immediately, blocking those IPs or the whole series of IPs. Sorry, I'm going a bit technical because other than that, you will not understand what exactly it is. So AI can actually play a role in automating, because first of all, we never had processes, right? Then we create processes. After that, we automated the processes. Right now, some of our processes are automated and some are not. So we are working with a semi-automated system. So AI actually can work with your devices. It can work with your IoTs, like medical devices. It can work with your personal devices. Anything which lights up as an electronic, AI has a role to play, and it can fetch data from it and inform you what is going on, which is not visible to naked eye at all. You can't see anything. So I think harnessing AI power into intelligent operations and automation can go a very long way, but still monitored and supervised by humans. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. I'll come to Muli, the director of ICT in NHIF. We've talked about the vulnerability in health records, especially our health records, especially in transmission. That's where, especially the way we store health records in symbol file formats, and then the way of transmission. maybe through email. You're sending a health record off through an email. And I think such situations that are happening in our country, we have very simplified ways of storage. What do you think in terms of data protection and some of the frameworks? What do you think the government should do and the private sector? Because I think it's a multifaceted approach. We cannot just say the government, sirikari, sirikari. We also need to do our part. What do you think at the parastato, the government and the private sector should do to ensure that we are not at the end of things? What should we do to ensure there is privacy, there is protection? What is your way forward regarding that area?
Thank you. Thank you. Protection starts with oneself. The person sitting next to you, let me start by giving a short example. I get into this room, or I get into another room. I don't have bundles. I need to get Wi-Fi, for instance. What happens? You don't know the person sitting next to you. The first question, uko na password ya Wi-Fi. Then what does the person do? He shares the password to you, and you connect. Now, that's the start of the entire thing. I don't want to say that the government will stand at any particular time to say that they are there to protect how organizations, parastatals, private institutions, how they safeguard their own information. One, the technology is not getting back to where it was yesterday. Every day there's new transformation in terms of technology. And what is happening right now, there's a lot of transformation in terms of how data is being stored. Most of the institutions have moved from what we usually call it on-premises kind of infrastructure. For instance, you find guys used to build data centers, used to buy many servers, storage appliances, and put them within the data center. Then they go ahead and maybe do a security firewall. Actually, not even the traditional firewalls. They hire guards to safeguard that particular environment. You move around, you see a container full of data, but full of physical protection. Now, people have moved from there, and we have gone to what we normally call the infrastructures as a service. You just buy a secure service on the cloud, which is highly protected with the framework we just discussed about, which protects you against any kind of data breach. Then you find yourself well and moving. That's how in most of the institutions, we are now advancing from the on-premise of data protection to the cloud software solutions of ensuring we move our data centers from physical to the cloud, and we protect it.
Just to follow up on that, Africa is seen as lagging behind. And some countries are very strict, like the US, in terms of where they move their data because of cyber wars and some of those concerns. So if a company moves all its resources on a cloud, there are issues around that because of third-party issues, and in terms of the vendors trying to be the ones carrying the day, because by the time you're trying to terminate the contract, the vendor holds a lot of your data on a cloud somewhere. Don't you think there is need to balance, or should we move fully cloud? That is something.
Moving fully to cloud, I can't say there's any risk. At all, there's no risk. After all, we have emails, we have internet. Where are we sending this information from? It is still in the cloud. What we are trying to protect here is the information that we have at the moment. Now, the government is not allowing us to government does not store its information on the cloud. That one you should be knowing. It's now we are trying, and when we do it silently. Now, there is a talk which is going on to ensure that we build our own cloud premises within the country. I think one will be done through AWS, the Amazon, and there's also another talk to have one stated at Konza. Once those are done, we'll ensure that data which belongs to this country does not leave the country. And there are mechanisms, because IP addresses are terminated in every region. We have our IP addresses belonging to this country. That ensures that there's a handshake between data leaving the country to another country. So our data will be protected so long as we have our own cloud in the country, residing within the country. Then I can say our data will be secure. For now, when the data is on the cloud and we are still relying on another AIS number, which belongs maybe to a guy sitting in US, what does that mean? There must be some elements of data moving to the US and exchange back to the country. So we need to consolidate our information within the country. Until that one is attained and it is work in progress, then now we can say that we are super secure and we are free to move to cloud.
Good, nice. Madam Harriet, a student is using ChatGPT, is that wrong? For their research or for their assignments? How far should they go?
I would say that ChatGPT is a good tool to use, especially for research and for students. It's working, eh? Yes, so I wouldn't really condemn the use of ChatGPT. It's just that we need to think about the measures that we need to put in place on how it can be safely and ethically used, so that we don't just pick data as it is, but it can give insights to students on the directions that they need to take when undertaking research. Yeah.
So should they, I was talking to students and I said, you know, if you keep using ChatGPT, after some time you realize that the last time you ever used your brain was last year. Because everything, yes.
I just wanted to do a comment on this one. You know, when you say use ethically and, you know, who's going to define those limits? It's not possible because, see, it's a public platform. My 10-year-old can also access ChatGPT. He just writes ChatGPT in Google and it just comes up and open. It's free, okay? What we need to worry about is not to depend 100% on it because, see, I also have experience with Google searches. Searches which were very accurate 10 years ago, some of that information is not accurate anymore. Okay? Then social media and these search bots are utilized to give misleading information as well, which is also known to be cyber warfare about a country, their assets. They put up information, then they defame people on social media with fake information. Who's going to verify that? So let me tell you something. What I was referring in my talk as well, we still go back to the same point. We have to involve our kids in this whole process and let them see the difference between right and wrong, limitation, dependencies, human interactions, the way Muli said, that you want to believe more on a search engine than a person sitting next to you. So that belief system, that inclusion system is diminishing by the day. So as us as humans, I think it is our responsibility at a community level, at a personal level, at a family level, we should have inclusion of our kids. We should talk to them because if we don't answer our kids, they have Google and they have ChatGPT and you cannot stop them. Thank you.
Okay. Faith, how from your, I think you're from public health, how do you think students should harness AI in terms of those who are doing public health, biomedical? Is that where you think AI can help them? And what is the scope, what is your understanding of this area of AI in terms of academic, maybe research or something related to health?
Okay, I'd like to begin from a different place before I come to the application part. First of all, has been said here by many speakers, and I'll say that again, that AI has really permeated every profession, including the healthcare sector, whether in public health, medical services, laboratory services, and so on. A lot of laboratory services are continually getting automated. So there's a lot of application of AI because you see that for them to automate, and this relates especially with our biomedical students a lot, and public health coming in, because you're talking about using generating data, being able to use that data to be able to, I don't know the dynamics so much in terms of ICT, but being able now to create, say, we call them databases that now can be able to inform AI and much more, you understand? So what I'd say is that the area of innovation, when students are now thinking in terms of the kind of research they can come up with, data that they can harness, being able to now come up with innovation in terms of even machines that can be able to use this information. For instance, at the moment you're having the climate change. This year we've had rains of another capacity. I think you've seen that. So that's, I'm now tying with public health. We're having very high rainfall, and maybe you can go back and be able to use existing data, be able to create databases. Can we be able to see some pattern? Can we be able to use that to predict ahead? Can we be able to see how that relates with human health? Can we be able to look at urban climate? Because also pollution is changing the microclimate over the urban areas. How is that affecting the health? Because our people are getting affected, and children are getting certain, what do you call them, health problems, could be breathing problems and all this, or maybe temperature changes, how are they affecting our children and all that, and basically the population.
Wow, that's interesting. And then the two of, just from the industry, as you prepare your questions, maybe just to ask, and if you have any comments or views, the two are from the industry, that is Chaudhry and Muli. Where is the problem? Do we have, because most of our students, after finishing undergraduate, they have to do certifications just to match up with what the industry needs. So do you think there is a high need for, in terms of the industry and the academia working together? One of the model is we should not maybe wait for students to finish for them to have certifications. We should become part of the course. If I'm teaching network security, I can invite Muli to teach them and talk about enterprise security because it's from the real environment. So do you think the universities should focus on, because Q has their regulations, you cannot update course outlines every year, or the programs, that is a static program, is only after 5 years. How should the universities navigate to ensure that students, because within 1 year, technology has changed. Now we are talking about 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. What should the institutions do to ensure there is a mapping up of what is happening in the industry and is what is happening in class? The two of you can handle that.
Yeah, so I can, it's very easy question, by the way. It's not even difficult. When we were studying in universities, we were studying in a queue. So we will do Form 4, then we will do undergrad, then we will do masters, then after that we'll see what we need to do, right? But nowadays, kids, they are very smart. My 15-year-old knows more about social media than me. So why I am suppressing their ability and capabilities, just waiting until they turn 22 and then I ask them to do professional certifications, whereby we have examples, kids as young as 6 and 7 have done Microsoft certifications, and they have been awarded by the Black Book of Microsoft. We have seen that, right? We have seen kids doing coding and programming and doing robotics in primary school, which I cannot do robotics up till now. I don't know what it is, right? So I think we always underestimate the power of human brain, okay? So what I personally, and John, my brother here, we have developed this platform specifically for this, what you need. So we know that changing curriculum on industry level or international standards, it will take years of research to have a qualified curriculum being adopted as a mainstream curriculum, right? So what we are doing at CyberPro is we are developing training and research centers in every university, whereby, see, not every, we love every student comes and learns about cybersecurity because it's a talk of town, right? But it's optional. So especially you recommend your students who are doing any tracks with ICT, computer sciences, applied sciences, any of those. So they must have a certain badge of certifications to comply to every year. And then while we are sitting in those research centers and training centers, we can update those curriculums even as early as 90 days. Every quarter, we can update with new information with what is coming up. And students have access to that information. Initially, we can do maybe physical delivery, and as the time goes by, we can even create a digital delivery whereby students can certify themselves at their own pace, self-learning. So this is a way to go. We cannot wait them to complete anything because by the time they finish their undergrad, they already hold maybe 20 other certifications. And that piles up to their CV. Even getting a job is easier. They are more relevant as a human resource in the industry. And on top of that, us as CyberPro, we also help and recommend them that which industry needs what level of HR, and then they can go and apply. So it's a whole ecosystem which we are bringing to academia. So that was my take on that.
As you discuss, I think you should also, the level of preparedness of our students. I think you sit in those panels that are interviewing our students. Some of them maybe have done the certifications, but what do you think we should do to ensure that there is, we are able to match up with what is in the industry, maybe in addition to what he said? What do you see, where do you see the gap, the real gap, and what should we do?
Good question. Huh? Now, just to add up on what my brother Haida has just said, since we are talking about technology, and I suppose that most of the students and the participants are from that particular area, we have in the academic a very, very, very big gap. You leave the university, forget about even the underground, even when you do the masters in computer science, MBCD, you leave the university, but you are still not marketable as a candidate. You find yourself you cannot even fit anywhere unless you do a charity work. A person with a master's in computer science, you can only you carry your computers within the organization, and you don't blame anybody. You don't blame anybody. Reason being, you don't have the skills. You don't have the skills which are required to fit within that particular area. For instance, nobody will teach you about security, how it is supposed to look like in the university. I don't know, Fred, whether that one goes to CUE or it goes where, but nobody will teach you the hands-on which is required by the market. Why? Because these are vendor de factos. For instance, Cisco, which is now becoming the de facto for networking and the rest, they have their own standards of how they do the things, which the university do not teach. Now comes to isn't the thing, collaborators like CyberPro and the rest who are outside there. Now they come to your institution, you collaborate as an institution to ensure that students are well equipped with the required certifications from different vendors. Say that when the student leaves this organization, this institution, it will be marketable. And that most of the institutions, even when you go to Jomo Kenyatta and Daystar, because I follow a lot about Daystar, these are the collaborations which are needed to add some meat, some fresh on what the academics are being taught in the faculty. So if we include more of what is required, and I know John and the CyberPro, because I've been sitting so close to what these guys are really doing. They are doing amazing job. I never knew whether they found their way to Daystar University, but I met them at University of Nairobi. So I don't know how they managed to come here, but they are doing amazing job. Anybody who goes through those kind of certifications, and I can guarantee you, because I sit in the interview panels, And you can see somebody with plain A's from high school, and distinctions, first class honors, but he cannot answer a single question. So you wonder, how do I bring this person? And not that the person doesn't know. You just need to tell this person, this how cyber is done. This how MBCD is supposed to be done. And how does that one come? Through these kind of forums, you bring the certifications. And before I left Daystar, there was Cisco Academy something. It died, which was trying to come on board. Those are the things, Dr. Keria, that we need them within the institutions. Then you'll be sorted out and will be highly marketable. Thank you.
Just have one, just another angle, because I'm a business guy. So I just want to show you guys a business aspect of, maybe it is a time-based or physical or financial investment. So you know, every business requires a return on investment, right? So I can give you a very legitimate reference. I will not take exact name of the universities. There are some universities out there who has this kind of curriculums they are running alongside their primary undergrad curriculum. And they guarantee you that we have 80% job placement of our pass-outs undergrads. How do they ensure that? Because they are connected to the industry, and industry tells you, the way I gave you statistics, that we are right now at -60% on data scientists and AI specialists and cybersecurity specialists. So we actually know where the job gaps are. So if we design a curriculum for you, and in 3 to 6 months, max 9 months, a student gets certified and they are about to pass out, even you can make it mandatory in the last year. When mostly, you know, the theory is finished, they have to do projects. Alongside projects, let them do these professional certifications within their own organization with a guarantee that they have a job placement at the end of the year. So this can also encourage more students to join this university, because they know if we pass through this track, our job guarantee is up to 80%, comparing to another university which cannot give you that kind of facility. You
Nice.
understand? So it's an ROI. Thank you.
Nice. Harriet, when should we teach ethics? At the beginning, or when is a student ethical? When they're just about to graduate, should we teach at the beginning? Should we teach ethics at the end? Or should it be a lifelong learning? Because we always teach ethics at the beginning, some teach ethics at the end as a final year. When should we make our students ethical? Because that's a big area.
Yeah, ethics can be looked at from different angles, depending on what you are trying to analyze or evaluate. But I think you've answered it partly by saying that it should be a lifelong learning process, not a one-time. Yeah, thank you.
So, okay. So if a student does ethics at the beginning, sorry, at the end of their course, are they ethical enough? Because that's the problem with our curriculum. And then if they do it at the beginning, most of them forget about the ethical issues. So I think we agree that it should be a lifelong. It should be something that is attached to every course. Finally, I think we should be coming to an end. Faith. How can we harness the power of AI? I know you're not really from that, but I know you have passion for AI. How can we teach our students to utilize AI for research and for the assignments, and how, I think I had asked her, but what is your view of AI, and how should we, because people are demonizing ChatGPT. And I remember many years ago, people demonized Facebook, the same people. I think they are, we'll call them, is it late laggards? We have the early adopters, which are mostly the young people. And then we have the wazes who demonize technology. But later, they catch up with it because it's not an option. So how should we train our students? If you find your student has used ChatGPT, how will you guide that student to make sure that they are able to use it wisely now that ethics is now a debate? Is it ethical? Is it not ethical? But now, how should we help our students to ensure that, because there is a way students can actually use ChatGPT and you don't know. All you need to do for students, use ChatGPT, go to the Quiltbot, paraphrase, no plagiarize detector will detect you have used ChatGPT. As simple as that. So for those who pull direct, they are caught. But if you use some paraphrasing tools, they're able to play with the synonyms. And so even if you put it in a plagiarized detector, that's the smartest way to do it. But how do you think we should train our students to ensure that it's not, as he brought it, maybe it's not an ethical issue, but how should we make sure that they are not over-dependent? They are not over-dependent.
All right, so I think a number of things come to mind. One of them is the approach of learning that Professor Iro has how do I put it, implemented in Daystar, problem-based learning, where we begin with a problem, you have to get solutions, and especially if it's a problem that is really in the community, and allow them to think. They may use ChatGPT, but because of a uniqueness of a case, maybe the uniqueness of a situation, even if they try, it's because ChatGPT doesn't have all the answers. There are some areas that really students will have to think, and what I find also working very well is to allow them to work while yet in class. Because at that time, then you're able to see what they're doing, how they're engaging. In my classes, especially in fourth year, I allow them even to go to the internet while we're yet in class. I tell them, especially when they're doing their research class, bring your computers in class. This is how we're going to search. This is the document. Let's go through it. How did they do this? How did they do this? So that now, at the end of the day, even if they use ChatGPT, they know that there is a legitimate way of going about. I'm not saying that yes, so that now the dependency, I discourage the use of ChatGPT in the class. I want them to learn the ropes because ultimately we want them to be generators of information, generators of knowledge. So for them to really be a generator, they cannot totally be depending on what others are saying what the machines are saying. We need to think and be able to go that other extra mile. But also, just to mention something important, allow me to digress for just a little moment. In healthcare, there are some disparities that are within our, how do I put it, as human race, black population, white population, this population, and so on. So you may find that AI may have some information so much because maybe generated in Europe and so other, so that now there are biases. And I think it's time that as medical scientists, we begin to find out what is our baseline as Africans, as black people, as Kenyans, and get to know so that when we are looking against, what I mean is we measure, if you're trying to interpret lab diagnosis, you're measuring against a certain standard. Is this standard really measuring with the biological data for us in this, so that now our interpretation, because I had talked about permeating all fields. So is it really applying?
Wow.
Yeah, just to mention
As
that.
we come to an end, there is a scan. If you have any question, please, you can scan and ask a question. But I would also, from the audience, if you have any comments, if you have something you want to put across, we can get microphones. We can have one microphone. Do we have the team, the media team? We can have a microphone if you have a question, if you have something you feel adds value to the discussion. We have, meanwhile, you can scan that particular, the code, the barcode, and it will be able to help us get a few questions with the media team, and then we are able to respond. Meanwhile, I think, do you have anybody who has a burning question or a comment that you really want to? Do we have anybody? There is a gentleman here, right there. There's one more, one of our faculty, Mr. Edwin. There is another gentleman. Let's start with the three. If you have any question, comment, but the rest you can actually utilize the ICT tool that is being provided on the screen.
My question goes to Haida. What if AI, when analyzing the logs, cyber logs, what if it generates false positives and true negatives. What happens?
Okay, now if you look at it, you have gone very deep, so let me just go deep dive with you as well. So these kinds of alerts will always be there. Actually, this is what happens because these logs are not unique to one machine, okay? So I give you just like a general understanding. So we are in a server environment, so we will be using one of 3 operating systems, maybe Windows, maybe Linux, or maybe Sun operating systems, right? Standard, we know that. So they have a pattern of generating logs, okay? And within those operating systems, there is also tiers. If you see, there'll be yellow alerts, red alerts, and green alerts, if you have seen logs physically, right? So once they are bifurcated, so it's a pattern which is compared in any kind of analytical platform or analytical model, which can also be an AI-based. So see the actual log pattern, that is there actually a breach, or it is just maybe a false error, or maybe a port is blocked, but nobody has blocked it. You understand? That analysis comes from log. That's why we need an advanced AI model to implement, which can actually check the legitimacy of those logs, okay? Sometime, as Muli was talking in his speech, that sometimes some fake logs are generated by some malware to do denial of service, DOS attack. So you have so many logs coming in, so that's how the systems, advanced system, now, you know, the log-based issues are very old. We have bigger issues to address right now, but false positives will always be there, but you just look at the model which has the least. Because no system is 100%, guarantee that. No system is 100%. So you have that cushion of 1 to 2%, which can give you either plus or minus, but that is enough for you to make a decision. If a system is 98.5% right, so at least you can manage. Maybe there is 1 alert or 2 alerts which has an issue. So actually, when we talk about cybersecurity in particular, our first strategy is what? Reduce the threat landscape, okay? So as you keep on reducing, you create a funnel and you pinpoint to very exact issue which you need to address. Fake logs will always be there, so that's why the system, advanced intelligence systems, they just remove the priority level. So they create tiering. So ones which are the most critical and known internationally, they come at the top automatically, okay? Because again, you are not using a unique system. You have systems like this, maybe thousands and millions of systems like that in the world. So threat intelligence or any kind of breach intelligence, it's shared internationally by all vendors, whichever you pick up. A SIM vendor or firewall vendor or antivirus vendor, they share threat intelligence across the world. So that's why you have more accuracy as the time goes. And now the next generation firewalls, next generation antiviruses, they are much more agile and much more accurate. So that's why even the breaches we have now, on day-to-day basis, you don't find those many breaches the way we used to have 5 years back, okay?
Wow.
So we are much more secure now. Thank you.
Nice. Next, there was a question. We'll only take this first round because of time, in the interest of time. There was a gentleman in front, then there was Mr. Edwin.
Yeah.
As they ask question, there is a question that has been asked, and this, between cybersecurity and system development, which one is more marketable, anonymous? And then there is one asking, why would the vendors have an expiry date of their certificates? So more questions will be coming in, but meanwhile, let's get questions from the audience.
Yeah. I had a question about cybersecurity. What practice should developers follow to write secure codes? How can we prevent vulnerabilities?
Developers are all over nowadays, and things have been simplified, not the hard ways we used to program and develop systems. For instance, from my organization, I have a big team of developers. We normally develop our applications in-house, we test them in-house, and we safeguard them in-house. How do we safeguard these codes? One, the test environment allows for you to run a specific, up to a specific portion of what you have developed. Once it passes through some checks, balances, and it meets the criteria of whether it's ready now to be consumed, now we move it to production. Now, to ensure that this is safeguarded, there are tiers of developers, even before you lead to managers, HODs, directors, within that particular line. Yeah? The more you move the tier with that code, the more the person who developed it loses control of the ownership. So by the time we get the final product of what you have developed, if I get back to you, you'll be in a position not to do anything, even if you were the originator. We have put mechanisms, tools are there, definitely, to guide you. So long as what you are developing within the institutions, you'll be always under control. And ownership will be taken by the organization, even without your own knowledge, even if you are the one developing without your own knowledge. Then from that particular level, now we can safeguard that code area. Let me also answer the other question that you asked. Yeah? Which one is marketable? Everything is marketable. You can't finish, so long as it's something that exists, it is marketable. All of them, ICT is wide, it cuts across. So whichever you feel like you can swing across and it's workable for you, they are marketable. The reason why these certifications expire, technology expires very fast. So what you learned in doing things 2 years ago, it's not the same kind of knowledge you're going to use to run the environment right now. But that's nothing to worry about. We are still working. If you are employed with a certificate which was valid and it has expired, what is the most important thing? Get in first. It's still valid, isn't it? But once you are there, improve yourself, keep moving. It encourages you to get back on toes, to be up to date. And by doing so, you find that you build a resilience within your environment because you are on top of things. But if there is no measure of how you are supposed to take your certifications forever, then you find technology has changed, and you as a person, you are still remaining where you were before. So it's a kind of a push to ensure that at least you keep on getting back to technology. If you don't want the certificates to expire, you move to another field. Thank you.
Okay, do we have, okay. That's the last question because of time, unless it is really burning.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the panelists, for the discussion. And I have two questions. One revolves around cybersecurity and one in AI. And the aspect is in resilience. I know that, of course, cybersecurity and resilience is one thing, because resilience is basically trying to prepare, respond, and recover. Now, what are the challenges of resilience in cybersecurity? Yeah, I know there's research that is going on, but it's good for us to be able to understand that. Then, number two is the aspect of AI resilience mitigation. What are the measures that can be done so that even as we are adapting AI, maybe in academia or in maybe in healthcare systems, we can also be able to enhance the resilience mitigation. Maybe you may want to point on that so that we can learn together. Thank you.
Okay, as Muli just shared with you guys, whether it is cybersecurity, whether it is IT, it's an evolving field, right? So you cannot have always 100% resilience, whatever you're looking for. So what we do is normally, as best practice from industry, we do a combo of next generation equipment with AI and then overlooked by people, okay? That is the only way you can create like a detection and response mechanism. In my talk, I also said sometimes we have an incident and we don't have a respective team. Like, I give you an example. For example, God forbid, anything happens to our network here today. Do you have an SOP document created by your cybersecurity team that what should be the first steps you should take? That every organization, maybe 99 out of 100 organizations lack that document, that SOP. If any breach happens, what would be the first action the network engineer should do? What should the cybersecurity guy do? What should the database expert should do? They don't have, by the time they are discussing an action plan, the whole data is already gone. So we have seen that happening. So that resilience comes with time and with adopting best practices, number one. Number two, put the right controls in place, the way Muli said. Protect your intellectual property. You create a whole policy around it. And then not just create it. The most important thing is to implement it and enforce it and keep it enforced. Okay? Then, depending on, you should have a standing committee to have a review of your resilience and cybersecurity policy every 90 days. That is recommended. Every 90 days, check the threats. Now, this is an internal activity. We also have from industry some services which are available as a subscription, and they can run that whole mechanism on your behalf, so you don't have to invest hugely on infrastructure and also on human capital. Because at times we came across some industry like banking, they have some specialist guys and they are costing the organization maybe $1 million a year because they are highly qualified, highly certified, very nice guys, but they are very expensive. But the same services you can lend and you can rent, because in my talk I also said the paradigm is shifting from do-it-yourself to have a services platform. You just pay your subscription and you access everything. So this kind of paradigm shift is happening in banking. It's happening in governments. Many governments, they are adopting this kind of mechanisms, which is called managed detection and response services, which I think you and VC also mentioned, that incidents detection and response services. So you can build in-house capacity to have that resilience, or you can just simply hire those facilities. So they are also possible. Thank you.
Okay, we have a question that was asked. So she will respond, and then we'll give our parting shot, and then we call it a day for this panel.
Okay, there are questions that have come in here. One of them is just asking how much of data or information is from Africa when we are involved in basic technology transfer. Yes, the truth is that most of our research shows that a lot of the data that actually has been used, especially in training AI models, is not of African origin. So we still have a huge gap in trying to put our siloed data into a repository that can make it reusable. And one of those initiatives is the Open Data Initiative, okay, which is under process. It's still an initiative that is being undertaken to ensure that we can curate data and we can put it and integrate it or collect it together in a way that it can be made reusable so that we can harness the power of technology. The other question is, after a security breach, is the security team allowed to track the perpetrator and collect their data using their IP address? Will it hold in court? I think these are issues to do with cybersecurity incidents response team. And yes, I'll give you, okay, you can expound on that. I think I want to say that that body, I mean, it involves a lot of people on how you can be able to collect evidence and how you can be able to present that evidence in court so that it's actually acceptable, but you can expound on that. Then the last one, how do you handle cybersecurity incidences? That's the same thing. How do you identify them? I mean, how do you contain them? How do you try and recover from them and the lessons that are learned so that you can be able to
Make a short response on that. So it's a process. It's not an event, so you have to understand that. Cybersecurity is a process. You have to go through that process on a daily basis, okay? So the first step is you should have a continuous vulnerability assessment going on. You should have mechanisms in place, which is checking and detecting your system against any kind of vulnerability, any kind of breaches. Then second thing is that if there is a breach, if it happens, there should be an SOP in place whereby your teams should be ready with any kind of scenario, including zero-day attacks. So you should have some standard SOPs made. This requires a lot of in-depth understanding and also a lot of consultation, okay? Because we also have to abide to law of land. We cannot just do anything, you know, out of the box. We have to follow everything. Last, but most important part, comprehensive training of all peers. You train people because, see, what I said to that student over there, that we have to reduce threat landscape. That is only possible that more of us are learned about cybersecurity. So for example, we are not having breaches initiated from my mobile phones or from my laptop or any user devices. So what we are remained with, maybe our public networks. So over there you can have teams which can secure your public networks. Then you have your internal networks which can also be protected by a strict usage policy that who can access what and who cannot. So these kind of measures, when you put them together in place, the only biggest challenge which we normally face is BYOD, bring your own device. So when you have an external device coming to an internal network, that's where the problem comes in. If you have a good policy in place or about using your personal device on your corporate or your official network, that restriction can actually give away 80% of your threats. So threat landscape is reduced, then it is easier to address. So you need lesser people, lesser resources to address any breach or any incidents which happens. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's appreciate them. So let's get our parting shot, 30 seconds. And Mr. Muli, I want you to answer this question. Why do a master's degree when you can do a certification? I know you did a master's degree, but why did you do it if there was? So please help a student who is wondering, why would you do it? If, yes, let's start from here, but you will answer it okay, let's start. Parting shot.
Yeah, so I just say that AI is here with us, but quality of the data being generated is very important. Bringing it back to medical sciences, standardization, quality data basically being generated, because that's what is going to help in building up, you know, the database. Thank you.
Yes, parting shot, but answer this question: where is gender equity in AI? Equality.
Gender equity. So it's more of equity, than equity, that all of us can be able to access the same services and the same resources without, you know, differentiating the genders. Yeah. So in terms of what? In terms of AI, yeah, there is still quite a wide gap in terms of trying to achieve gender equity in AI, especially in the African context. Yeah, so I say there are still strides that we need to make as a continent, and especially for the world south or the developing countries. So I say the gap is there. We still need to fill it.
Now, let me start by answering the question. The market that we are right now, especially in Kenya and in Africa, first, they request for you to have a certain criteria of qualifications, even the ones which are not required. You must to meet that particular qualifications. Once you meet those qualifications, by now you can go and do the add-ons, and that's why we did our masters. After all, we could have not done our masters. But there are some areas you cannot access without those criteria. Not that these things are not important. A person who has done masters has more knowledge in many things comparative with the person doing certificate. Same to the person who has done bachelor's level. And the learner continues. So there's no education which is not important or a requirement, but the market we have right now in this country requires certain criteria of qualifications for you to fit to a certain level of a position that you are looking for. Parting shot. the technology is evolving every now and then. And what I normally tell my team is, don't trust anybody, don't trust anything, just trust yourself.
Zero trust. Just one line comment on this one. You want to implement it. So this education base will give you an understanding that where is the, the applied sciences concept. So where I'm going to apply this knowledge to, right? So if I don't understand the basics of a science, so how can I do an advanced research on that and then implement it? It is not even possible. So it is just like I'm building a cassette in the sky, which can drop anytime. So certifications can complement your primary education, but certifications cannot be your primary education. So you have to be very clear about that.
Did you hear that? Certifications can complement, but they cannot be your foundation. Exactly. And lastly, also, certifications are vendor products. And company can close, isn't it? Cisco can go down. So if you all you have is Cisco certifications and Cisco closes down, what happens? Okay, or they have a scandal, or they have something that is affecting there. So we cannot base our competence on certifications, but they are there to improve our skills. Why don't we appreciate this great team as they, let's appreciate them. Okay, thank you so much. I think we come to the end of that particular session, and I want to welcome CyberPro Global to give us a brief insight on industry best practice. At the same time, they'll give us reflections of the day. That should take like 10 minutes just to conclude. I've been your event mover, Frederick Ogore. Thank you, and God bless.
What a day. Can you clap yourself, please, everyone? Yeah, this notebook is full. Actually, it's a summary of what we learned today, what we discussed today. So I'm just going to read. I am not going to add or reduce. I'm just going to summarize. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say we are going to go through the same hours that we went through the whole day. No, we are not going to do that. So, what is cybersecurity? That's a question that came out of our discussions today. Cybersecurity needs to be demystified. We need to demystify cybersecurity. AI is not new. It's simply hyped, and especially by social media. Those are not my words. They were said here by a speaker. AI technology requires data. That one we have known. Okay, do we have the right policies in our country for cybersecurity, AI? Do we? The answer and the questions were mentioned by a speaker. Before I just I read some few lines, CyberPro does not train on any vendor technology. We are not vendor biased. But we have a secret that we are going to tell you tomorrow. We train with industry partners. So one, we are not vendor biased. And we train with industry partners, whom we are going to reveal tomorrow. Now, how is CyberPro training? Interdisciplinary. I have heard students outside saying, I am doing accounts or business or any other specialty. Does cybersecurity, do I fit? Can I attend? Yes, you can attend, and you will learn more, because cybersecurity is a lifestyle, as another speaker said that. And cybersecurity is for everyone. We have business in cybersecurity. We have policies to be translated by lawyers. We have, someone said they do public relations. If there is a crime committed by our neighboring country, what do? Do you get your army, walk there, and bring them? No, you use diplomacy, public relations. You need to understand that cybersecurity is for everyone. AI has significant potential to help solve problems. AI has significant potential to help solve challenges. To put it simply, machines learn from provided examples to recognize patterns. They learn from humans. AI can be used to automate tasks and make the internet more efficient. AI is transforming healthcare from robot-assisted surgeries and therapies. AI can create efficiency. ChatGPT is just part of the bigger AI. AI algorithms can be biased, just like we humans are biased. So if any AI technology is fed with biased data, it's going to produce biased results. We need cyber warriors. That was in the opening of our conference. We need cyber warriors. Research on cybersecurity and AI is very low. We need it to go up. Insider threats are a big problem in our society. That's what I have to smile. It is because we trust too much. This one I know, this one is good, this one cannot harm a fly. The one who cannot harm a fly is the one who is going to mess up the system. Academia and industry inclusion to the highest level of security organizations in our country is very important. We were given that hint. We were told there is no academia represented and there is no industry represented, if you remember. But we will highlight that one. Beyond script kiddies, today cybercrime is a multi-million shilling business. We just heard it from the one who spoke about health data. Capacity building should be a priority for us. Yeah, the other pages are blank. So, tomorrow, gender equity. We have women in cyber tomorrow. There are women who are speaking about women and cybersecurity. So please turn up tomorrow and bring your friends. let everyone learn, discuss, bring their views, and we shall together build our cyberspace. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him. I know we have people who need to go to the river, but before we do the closing prayer, I want to call Julius Muli to the podium. Kindly come and receive your shield as a cyber warrior. And I don't want to give it to you while in this bag, because you may carry something that is not. Yeah, so. I know you did not read this one in Daystar. Yes, so I'll present it to him myself, because it is the 11th hour. Yes, so Julius Muli, we appreciate you for your presentation at the GCC 2024 conference. Thank you so much. This is yours too. You need to take it back in a bag.
Thank you.
Yes, we also had the presentation from Israel, and we have a group that will be traveling to Israel very, very soon. So I want to call on John, because I'm sure he may be traveling in that group, to make sure that this shield gets to Israel. And once it is there, we will get confirmation whether you appreciated our presenter. Thank you so much. Yes, so it's been a very interesting day. I want to appreciate each one of us. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for keeping it here. If I started mentioning each and every one of you, we may not go for tea, and I want us to go for tea. So my invitation to you to come tomorrow, like you've had, we will have the people with presentation, now the academia. Today we were mainly with the market or the industry, a bit of academia here and there, the leadership of the university, the ministry or the government. But tomorrow we have the PhD students, the master students, the market, again the industry, women doing their thing in cybersecurity. We still want to continue hearing from our supporters. So Haida, please come and keep reminding us that it all starts with me. And I like the way you're putting it. And you kept reminding me that when I buy a new gadget, nowadays, I don't even open it from the shop. I just give it to the young people in my house. And sometimes I've used an item for even up to 6 months. And my son will be asking me, Mom, do you know this thing can do A, B, C, D? And one time I was actually told, next time you buy a phone, buy a simpler one. Yeah. That's the advice I was given. And I know why. Because when they get into that particular item, and when they look at my computer or stuff, they'll be asking me, why do you have all this stuff? And now I know why, after this particular day. So I want us to do something that we do in Daystar to thank God for giving us this opportunity to stand, sit, watch the experts talk about cyber security, hear what our government is doing. But for me, the greatest challenge for the day was we need to do more. We need to do more in terms of research. The academia needs to be more, to participate more. The universities need to do much more. And again, probably not just, one of the speakers said, not just research that will give us masters and PhDs, one that will be used in the market. And I like the industry comments, vibes from Haida, that it is not just cybersecurity. Everybody must be sure of what we are putting out there. So One of the things I've noticed about when we talk about Chat GPT, even before then, we had internet, and we have received assignments where even the links to the internet are still there. They were not removed. So it has always been a challenge. So I'll request that we all stand. Probably you don't know that I'm a Christian. So I'll do the crossing prayer so that now I can take the other. So we want to thank everybody that has participated today, all our speakers, starting from the Chaplain. Those of us from that end, please take our thanks. We'll take opportunity to even get to the VC and say thank you. And the guys from the ministry, each one of us feel appreciated. And please come back tomorrow, because tomorrow is the climax, because the third day we will be awarding the winners of the hackathon that has taken place here for 2 days. So we want to thank you, God, for your faithfulness. You are the same yesterday, today, and even tomorrow. You still be our God. As we leave this place to go to our various places, we thank you for health. We thank you for what we've learned. Pray that you help us to put into use that which is of benefit to us. Remember and bless every speaker, every facilitator that has made us better than we were as we started the day. We pray for protection. We pray for provision. We pray that, God, our tomorrow will be better than our today. Thank you for the tea that we'll share as we leave. Thank you for those traveling to the river. Be with them. Bring us here tomorrow with hope. For we thank you, you are our God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let's go for tea.